drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fashion 40 says, how back? And I say, we are so back. All right. That's a bright side. Let me move this back a little bit. Oh, too bright. Just right. All right. Although now there's crap in the way because I was getting stuff for my trip. All right. Anyways, I should probably talk to you about Christian Blair's brings it up already. Congrats on Net getting black bagged by DC Jump Out Boys. Well, the Jump Out Boys were, at least in my experience, I was walking around in all the nice areas. I was asking locals. I was like, are you hearing anybody getting into gunfights or getting into arrests on the rough side of town? They're like, no. And then we would basically be walking around the nice areas, and there'd be like 10 ICE agents, U.S. Marshals, and various federal law enforcement doing foot patrols in the shopping districts, in the bar areas, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, I guess all the areas that were already pretty safe, we're just going to patrol those. We're not actually going to patrol the hood where the homicides happen. Got it. Understood. Now, I guess I should tell you about my DC trip first. So I'll yap about that while we're waiting for more folks to get in. So for the DC trip, there was a guy. He works for Frank Fukuyama. His name is Ringo. He's very nice. And he invited me up to DC to hobnob it with a bunch of DC bigwigs at a conference called Liberalism in the 21st Century. And what ended up happening was I showed up, ate delicious food, went to a salon. This is something very fancy. I didn't know this existed until I got to DC. But a salon is where a fancy person talks, and then fancy people who are civically minded go, oh, very nice, very nice. You are smart. Which, honestly, God, I wish I guess I hold a salon every day, but my salons are more profane. Then, hold on. Bud123 says, hey, girl hottest, went tubing on a river yesterday. Glad I wore a life jacket. It was tough. Nice based. Then, the salon, Frank Fukuyama actually did say something that was really interesting. He was saying that the ideologies of fascism and communism and jihadism, they all effectively have a strong God at their core, right? For fascism, it's the ideology of fascism, but it's imbued by Hitler and Mussolini and the cult of personality around a strong leader. That's the strong God of fascism. When it comes to communism, it's the revolutionary vanguard that are carrying out the will of the people. But when it comes to liberalism, it's like what's the strong God of liberalism? At the core of liberalism is ultimately this system of trying to tolerate your neighbors as maximally as possible, even if they engage in behavior that you don't agree with. And so how do you articulate that in a strong way? And so what was cool about the conversation, though, I was like, well, we were victorious over fascism and communism in the early 20th century, and the symbol, the God that we paid homage to, that we sacrificed for, was Uncle Sam. And I kind of thought about it. I was like, Uncle Sam is the war god of liberalism, which is so based. Like I actually, like, obviously there's no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger, obviously. But if there was an American war god, it would be Uncle Sam. And so I was just thinking to myself, it's like, that's the kind of like patriotic symbol that we need to seize upon. That's the kind of like language of like militant American civics that we need to seize upon. And so I asked him, like, does Uncle Sam need to come back? Do we need to revivify the liberal war god? And he said, well, it depends on what you want him to do, because if you want him to rebuild American infrastructure and usher in a new century of prosperity, then I want to then yeah, of course I want to revivify Uncle Sam. However, if you want to revivify Uncle Sam so he can invade the Middle East and North Africa again, probably not so much. And that was actually like a really interesting thing. So I met with Frank Fukuyama, asked that question, he answered that question. It was a good time. And for those of you who are just coming into chat, I'm talking about my trip to DC right now. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll go talk to Bill Kristol then. So I go to the conference for New Liberalism, Liberalism in the 21st Century. And it is a lot of hobnobbing. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of rich, fancy folk just rubbing elbows, and it's not very much getting done. And that did get very annoying, especially by day 2, because the poor people who had a ton of ideas that they wanted to execute immediately, which typically these are the people under the age of 40, then those are the guys that like want money. And so they're running around, they're hobnobbing. Oh, I work for this PAC. This is what we did last year. This is what we did the year before. You know, this is our ideas for this year, blah, 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 blah. Can we please have money? Like it wasn't the, you know, they didn't say, please give me money, but they might as well have, right? And then all the rich people are like, oh, that's a great idea. And then no follow-up. And so it kind of feels like, in my opinion, now maybe this is rude and overly judgmental for a single conference with DC people, but it seems like the young poor people are hungry and ready to go. And it seems like the old people have already gotten theirs. And so as a result, it seems like they don't want to take very much risk. They don't want to take reputational risk. They don't want to take financial risk. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that unless it's like a guaranteed thing. And so as a result, that got really frustrating 48 hours later as I was listening to people who had good ideas. Did you drink with your pinky up during your trip? Absolutely. Absolutely, Sacred Snow. But just to kind of keep it flowing as far as, you know, what happened, there were 2 things that I liked from the meeting that I actually enjoyed. So the first one, which you guys might already know, is the Unfuck America tour. And so that's a tour that Destiny has already participated in, that he's done some mainstream media about. And effectively what they're trying to do is they're trying to recreate TPUSA for the Democrats. And they want like $3 to $5 million to do it. They've already fundraised $700K, but they spent that on a bunch of local ballot initiatives that I'm going to get the statistics for. But I think in my opinion, that's the next step, is figuring out how to channel the energy of alternative media into the real world. And that's going to be through tribal political organizations of young people who canvass and volunteer and actually use the energy and money of online politics. And so she ran around and we hooked her up with a billionaire guy who worked for like Cash App or something, but sold out his stocks. And now he just goes to liberal conferences because he's actually a libertarian, but he's still a statist. And so he beefs with libertarians all the time. And so he's just, in general, he's been in anti-authoritarian politics for 20 years. And so hopefully, you know, that dude or one of his friends just cuts Unfuck America a check for $5 million. That would be awesome. The other people that I liked was a group out of New Hampshire called Abundance America. And so the abundance agenda is all about like ripping up red tape so we can create infrastructure that allows people to actually thrive and survive in the American economy. And so a good example of that is the $1 billion train in California, where it's been so sucked down in red tape that a project that should have taken 3 years has now taken 10. It's cost billions of dollars and they've only laid like a couple of miles of track, right? So the abundance guy is like, well, I'm in New Hampshire. There's no way we're getting $1 billion project. But what we do want is we want seed funding because there's a bunch of abandoned places like old mills, lumber mills, stone quarries, all that kind of stuff. And there's all these beautiful commercial buildings that are just abandoned in rural New Hampshire. And there's communities that are built around these abandoned places. And so we want to revivify these communities by building new infrastructure and rehabbing these buildings. And I suggested, why don't you make, I bumped into this in Huntsville, Alabama. They took an old cotton mill. They made 10 foot by 10 foot and 20 foot by 10 foot art studios where local artists could rent the studio for around $500 a month. And then not only did they have a place to work, they also had a place to showcase their art. Because what happens is they open it up on the weekends and the entire community just walks through the building like an art bazaar. And so thousands of people per weekend will, and this is not a particularly large community, will walk through and take a look at your art. And so as an artist, it's a really cheap and efficient way to get your art into the public and seen by eyeballs, some of whom are willing to buy. And so I was like, that would be sick. And then the other sick thing would be a maker space. So effectively, there's some like engineers and astronauts in Florida because we got Titusville, which is Cape Canaveral. And we also have military industrial complex people around here. And so some of those guys, they created something called Family Labs, which is a maker space. And they all make a few $100,000 a year. So they can't afford millions of dollars of equipment individually, but they can afford it collectively. And so what they did is they rented out a warehouse and they bought millions of dollars of CNC equipment, 3D printing equipment, lathes, welders, all that kind of stuff, so they could do their hobby projects. Well, what they also did is they rent that space out to the public for like $50 a month. And so as a result, if you want the expertise of a NASA engineer to show you how to use 3D engineering software, to show you how to do metalworking, that's available for $50 a month. And so Abundance America really liked that idea because it would be comparatively cheap. They could also get a return on investment for it. And there might be engineers and people in that community who might already be interested in putting in some seed funding. So nothing's firm yet, but I did like talking with those guys, and I hope they steal some of my ideas and implement them into reality. That's really everything that was productive. Besides that, I just hobnobbed and drank and ate really, really good food. I got to hang out with my friend Renee, who's excellent, who put half of these connections together. Ringo was a godsend because he got all these connections together. And then also I did hang out with Riley Grace Rochong and Dylan Burns in Baltimore. I did that Saturday morning along with Corbin Sales, and we did a podcast together. So all in all, 8 out of 10, would recommend. I wish that the older liberals weren't so fucking stingy, but that's pretty much that. So let me catch up with chat real quick before we get into the content. Philip Coffey says, we need an Uncle Sam corn chat. Well, please work on it for me because I am too tired to be clever today. Rob says, guess who's really back? Rob returns from his work trip to Tennessee. Interesting. Good. Hope you didn't get flooded. AKA Badasui says, I want to float down a river with a scuba tank. That sounds fun and mildly traumatic. Based. Fashion 40 says, glad you're all good. I'll keep that advice. Should I ever do it? Based. Kay says, feel free to tell me to fuck off, but I don't know what covering Nathan and Drew is a good idea and is questionably moral given his age. Well, Kay, I DM Destiny. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing. So let me read. I said, may I react to Nathan talking to Drew in the most respectful way possible, or is that still too weird? He says, yeah, you're good. Just try not to farm him too hard, lol. And I said, I won't. I'll actually try to earnestly answer whatever questions, criticisms he has as if he was one of my boys. And so I'm not going to farm. Even if farming would be better content, even if calling him a dumbass or a slur or something, even if that would be better content, I'm going to treat him like he's one of my kids. So who knows? Maybe a decade from now, one of my kids will be radicalized by some freaks online, and he's not going to listen to me because what teenage boy listens to their parents? And it's going to take, and I'm not saying that I'm going to change Nathan's mind about anything, but there could be other Nathans out there who might watch the content, or there could be some of y'all who have Nathans in your life who are, being radicalized by people online. And if I'm not saying that I'm particularly good at persuasion, but I at least can come up with decent arguments for why these things are wrong and why these things should be researched. And so that's what I'm going to do. So trust me, I'm not going chud dunking on Destiny's kid. I'm not going to shit on Destiny. I'm not going to shit on Steven. I'm not going to shit on Nathan as maximally as possible. I'm going to almost exclusively talk about the ideas because it's not about Nathan is a symbol. Nathan is a representative of the young teenage boy coming up in the radicalized internet. So it's not about Nathan. It's about who he represents, because he's not the only one. Kay says, also, if you're friends with Destiny, this is definitely something I'd ask a friend about before I reacted. I did. Sacred Snow says, did you drink with your pinky up? Yep. AKA Batasui says, I'd say people are going to talk about Nathan at this point. Both of them have put themselves out into the public and are both on social media. Sure. We're not going to dunk. We're going to talk about the idea. Gen X says, I don't want to cover Nathan. I already watched enough of it to know Drew is a jerk for doing it. Okay. Well, we'll point that out if we need to. We will try to diffuse the cringe. How can you be a libertarian statist? Because libertarianism doesn't mean anarcho-capitalist. Libertarian, Google definition. An advocate of a political philosophy that prioritizes individual freedom and limited government. It emphasizes individual rights, personal autonomy, and the idea that individuals should be free to make their own choices as long as they don't infringe on the rights of others. Libertarians generally advocate for small government, emphasizing individual liberty and opposing state intervention in personal and economic affairs. It says a limited government, not a non-existent government. For instance, monarchists, people who support the state exclusively concerning itself with security affairs, they're still technically libertarian. AKA Badasui says, but I'd say if Nathan doesn't want any negative attention, he should come out strong to say that he doesn't want negative attention, and people would probably respect that. Yeah, we're not chud dunking. Don't worry. I hope you guys realize that I'm mature enough. I'm mature enough to handle it. I'm not going to be, oh, look, Steven's a bad guy. Oh, look, Nathan's dumb. Oh. No, that's not it. That's not the content we're making. AKA Badasui says, people were talking about Barron Trump during Trump's first term, even though Barron wasn't really putting himself out there. Sure. Connor, tell us the important things about Thursday Pisco collabs. I mean, last time I checked, they're on. So I just need to check in with Pisco. Door idea. I love community art spaces. Yeah, me too. Rob F says that's what San Francisco used to have before tech pushed it out. Yep. Artist in Fleas is just one of those initiatives. Nice. Wowman542 says Valor Media Network. It's also done in NYC. Look up Brooklyn Industry City. They reformat an industrial building into a mall with local events and maker spaces. That's based. World-renowned GeoHound says Connor with a smiley face. Hi, good to see you. Is it that thing in Dumbo? No, I think that's a circus. So Dylan Burns is the man. True. Silverjack Man for 20 says, I am also back. Come, let us celebrate our backness. Well, thank you for the donation, King. Sincerely appreciated. Good way to kick off the stream. What is people's affinity for Dylan Burns? I don't really get it. Well, he used to be the host of the most popular panel show, and he was an excellent moderator for 2 or 3 years. And then he sacrificed what was probably a decent income in order to go to Ukraine and become an on-the-ground reporter. And so obviously he's the Ukrainian propagandist, but I think that's the correct position to have, is to be pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia. But, you know, he sacrificed a sizable, he could have been comfortable. He probably could have made high 5, low 6 figures for the next like decade or two, just running panels on Twitch and YouTube politics, because he was that good and he did get that good of guests. However, he sacrificed that to make substantively less and risk personal injury and death in a war zone. I'm going to eat this trail mix real quick, so you're going to have to forgive me. Breakfast. Breakfast. Gen X sent me a message. I'm not going to read it. Yeah, so it's some tweets showing that Nathan's blackpilled. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk to Nathan as if he was one of my own boys. Now, I might say some rude things, but I would say some rude things to my own boys. But I'll do so as tactfully as possible. Randy Chang says, as a bald person, Dylan's hair affects me, but he is cool as shit. Yeah, I think it offends us all. Pavlou is crazy. Yeah, he's a little bit of an attention whore, but that's okay. Gen X says, y'all, my black best friends, college, educated parents got radicalized on TikTok and now think Barack was born in Kenya. Yeah, exactly. Bud123 says, I gained 5 pounds and I weigh 140 now. In just over a month of going to the gym and protein shakes is working. Base, bro. Keep going. Keep going, Bud123. Keep going. Zenith says, this is wild, no lie. Yeah, sure. Sultan Al Fahim says, the more you put your ideas to kid, the more he will go against it. Sure. Dude, there's nothing my parents could have told me when I was a teenager. Miguel Garcia asked the most important question in the morning so far. You watch Alien Earth yet, Connor? Yup. It was sick, bro. It was sick. It was so good. Now, for me, because I like violence and I love action, horror, and all that kind of stuff, for me, watching there was like long moments where they were setting up and doing the character setup for like the synthetic humans, you know, where they, for those of you who haven't watched it yet, I'm going to give you a little bit of spoilers, but truth be told, the plot hasn't developed that much so far. They take a bunch of, and also everything I'm saying, I'm pretty sure they showed you in the trailers. So they have a bunch of kids who are dying of cancer because you're not allowed to, you know, test transferring consciousness into digital human consciousness yet. So they do a secret test with a bunch of cancer kids and they transfer them into synth bodies. The way that there was a synthetic in the original Alien movie with white blood in an Aliens, there was also a synthetic robot that did a good job. Imagine what's that cowboy show? The one where they have like white bodies. I forget what it's called. Westworld, right? So imagine the Westworld robots, okay? But the Westworld robots are used as human companions because they're faster, stronger, smarter, more loyal, more likely to take orders, et cetera, et cetera. Well, imagine digitizing a human consciousness and put it inside a body. And they've kind of left it an open question on whether or not they've actually transferred the consciousness of a dying child into the body, where like you have a conscious experience here and then you have a conscious experience over there and then your dead body is discarded, or if they've just like replicated the brain signals and so it's effectively like raising an identical clone. So you still die, but the digital clone lives on and is almost a perfect mimic of who you are as a human being. But anyways, there's a bunch of like 12-year-old, 13-year-old mimics who are cloned into synthetic bodies. And then a spaceship filled with alien horrors crashes into a corporate city. And so corporate security and medics go in to investigate the crashed spaceship. And one of the synthetic's brothers is a medic. And so she wants to go in to try to save him from whatever horrors are happening. And the boss of the company lets it happen because he wants to test his synthetics in the field. And it's super dope so far. The violence is gross and like bloody and kind of like it plays on your fears of like bugs and infection and disease. They did a really, really, really good job. So Bakar Baridi says, damn, 5 days without Girl Hottest content. Well, we're back, bro. Plus we got VODs, man. I know like all of you guys are probably here most days for the live content, but there are VODs. Sin Patty says, you do any sightseeing in DC? Nope. The only thing I saw was the Lincoln Memorial. So Sun Patty says, I sent Connor my fan fiction about Gundam 40K. Well, Gundams are just proto knights, right? They're just Japanese knights. So Christian Lair says, wait, is Connor saying he is going to actually talk to Nathan? No, I'm reviewing the content. If Nathan wants to talk, though, I'll talk to him. I'm going to be very nice. I'm going to put on the kids' gloves. So Melody says, were you able to talk to Z about the Unfuck America group and if you could join? Yep. But they want me to join, but I don't want my brand to damage their brand. And then also it sounds like they're in a fundraising stage right now. So they're not like just handing out checks willy-nilly to random people. They're trying to find people who can help them secure financing. So I think I need to circle back with them. I introduced them to my friend Renee, and then Renee introduced them to that billionaire who like sold Cash App or whatever. And so we're hoping that that guy or one of his friends will fund Unfuck America the way that it needs to be funded. Fast and Bulbous for 5. Thank you for the donation, King. After Trump's meeting with Putin, we have Russians assaulting Ukrainian positions with an American APC and Russian and Americans in tow. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny if we funded both sides of the war? That's crazy. Yeah, that's funny. Sacred Snow, I'll wrap up in a moment and we'll get the content cracking. So just checking in with Chad. I know we haven't seen each other. We haven't seen each other since last Wednesday, and Tuesday and Wednesday were short streams because I was getting ready for the DC trip. Sacred Snow says, just like kids do their own thing, the internet has ruined kids. Nobody remembers the hippies were during their post-Vietnam vets. Teens of all generations are nuts. Sure, but they need mentors. And if you don't mentor them, then they find mentors. And if they find the worst mentors possible, then it's going to be bad. So that's literally our mission here. Our mission at Valor Media Network is to try to provide better content. So, young men aged 15 to 40 who feel lost, feel like they can find a reasonable place to be a man, and they don't have to be a rapist, like multi-level marketing salesperson in order to buy a Bugatti so they can date Instagram girls. And then they also don't have to be a fucking revolutionary communist dick sucker male feminist. Sorry, dick sucker came off bigoted. Change that dick sucker if you took that as homophobic, which is not the way that I meant it. If you suck dicks, God bless you. Somebody's got to do it, right? And if you're a homosexual dick sucker, God bless you again. I couldn't do it. What I mean by is you're overly servile. That's a better way to say it without being homophobic. Excuse my homophobia. I'm tired. Sacred Snow says, they just grow out of their stuff for the most part. Our generation of teens have just had the misfortune of the post of the dumbest times of their lives. Yeah, sure. But we're here to offer an alternative. Philip Coffey says, Uncle Sam corn chant for the red, white, and blood. Ask not what Sam can do for you and whose skull you can call for him. Something like that. We need something simpler. We need something simpler. So, because what is it? Like the white is either purity or righteousness. The blue, the red is blood in sacrifice. So is blue liberty? So hold on. Hey, stop nudging me. I love my dog, but she red, white, and blue meaning American flag. Because I think we can make it simpler. Red is valor and bravery, but it's also bloodshed and battle. This is pussy shit. White equals purity and innocence. We don't care about that. Blue equals vigilance, perseverance, and justice. I thought blue was also like liberty, but whatever. So I would say like blood for the blood god, and like justice for the justice throne, or liberty for the liberty throne. And then you could have Abraham Lincoln. Have you guys ever seen the Lincoln Memorial? It's actually crazy. So Uncle Sam is supposedly based off of Lincoln Memorial. Blood for the blood god, freedom for the freedom throne. It's actually crazy. I'm going to show it to you real quick. This thing is so big in real life. Like, pictures do not do it justice. If you have an opportunity to go to the freaking DC or the Lincoln Memorial, go. Because these little things right here, these little black fence posts, these are probably 3 feet. So I'm probably standing like 6 feet tall right here. And so I would say the throne, I guess, whatever you want to call it, is probably 10 to 15 feet tall. And it's already on a dais that's like, I don't know, another 3 feet tall. So this thing's like 20 feet tall before you even get to the chair. Then the chair is like another 20 feet tall. And then Abraham Lincoln is easily 20 feet tall himself. So it looks like, and it looks like the Parthenon to me. It actually looks like a Greek temple. And so you have this Greek temple with this Abraham Lincoln that borderline looks like a Greek god. And you have all these inscriptions with the, I think it has his State of the Union address. I think it has the Emancipation Proclamation. It actually has like a crazy amount of detail around here. And so the whole point is, I think Uncle Sam is based off of like Samuel Wilson. Uncle Sam. So I thought this might be based off of Abraham Lincoln. Apparently it's not. But Uncle Sam was based off of a guy who provided like Sam Wilson. And it was a guy who provided logistic support and meat for the Revolutionary Army or the Union Army during the 1812 conflict. I forget. But anyways, we need to revitalize Uncle Sam. And I was thinking that, remember that guy from Avatar, the bad guy? The 50-year-old grain warrior? I think this guy with like a beard needs to be the new Uncle Sam. This needs to be the Zoomer Uncle Sam. This in a combination of you know, look at him. He's crazy. So basically take this, change his face to be more Uncle Sammy, or keep it the same, then just give him the beard with the hardcore goatee. I don't think we need the top hat anymore, but you need to make some of this like red, white, and blue, right? Something needs to be patriotic. He either needs like an American flag sleeve tattoo. I don't know what he needs. We'll figure it out. But the whole point is that, like, if you took this, revitalized it into Uncle Sam, I think we'd be cooking. I think we'd be cooking. And so I want to bring back the war god of American liberalism. I want to revivify Uncle Sam. Oh, Erudite blessed us with content as well. She went on a Tim Pool IRL. So anyways, let me pull up Drew Pavlou. I'll pull up the Nathan discussion. We'll get into it. Drew Pavlou videos. So,
yeah.
All right, and then I'm gonna do higher quality HD. We're gonna make sure our volume is up. I'm gonna check in with chat one more time. Then we're gonna do an intro. Then we're gonna get in there. I just got here, guys. Cool. Gen X says we missed you. I don't know if you're talking to me, but I missed you too. Parasocial meter is flatlining. We need Connor tent. True. I whined in Discord like crazy. Well, good. Young buck, 40 years old. True. Machiavellian says, being a Zoomer and teaching Zoomers, a lot of them view me as a sort of mentor, especially being another male teacher. Based. Hard R on the sucker. Don't know what that means, but okay. Son Patty says, Lincoln Memorial is so awesome, totally awe-inspiring. It's huge, bro. It's huge. If you ever get into vexology, the red on every flag is blood, except Japan, where it's just the sun. And I think Poland, I think the old royal seal was just red. Yeah, so it's like blood for Uncle Sam. It's like blood for America, liberty for Uncle Sam. I don't know how to do it. Somebody figure it out. Oh, and obvious exception for China, their red is just communist. Yeah, true. Anyways, Melody says your brand can damage UFA more than Destiny's. Lol. What did you do? Also, yeah, once they get funding, it's probably worth joining. Sure. Destiny obviously does more damage. Like I was just seeing his fucking pedophile jokes from the other day. Like he needs to fucking stop that shit. Like I'll talk to him about it in person. But he needs to stop doing that shit. If he's gonna keep saying like, oh, I want to do politics, I want to do politics. Guess what you can't do when you're in politics is just repeatedly joke on the internet about how you're a fucking pedophile. How about stop that shit? Because once you say it once, oh, haha, what an edgy boy, lol, it's funny. Once you get to like number 10 or number 20, it's like, okay, is this guy just a fucking pedophile? I'm not saying that because I think Steven is a pedophile. I think he just like pissing people off. He likes making people angry, which is fine, but you're in politics now. Fucking shape up. Shape up. It's time to actually do something rather than talk shit on the internet. Wowman542 says, the Zoomer Uncle Sam is Irwin from Attack on Titan. You have no idea how many pro-humanity TikTok edits use the same speech from that one character. Actually, I've seen that. It's pretty funny. Christian Lair says, Connor wants to make Uncle Sam the dude that attempted to ethnically cleanse exterminatus the Navi. Lol, the leftist attack writes itself. Yeah, but I don't care. You're either a liberal hawk or you're not, bro. Like that's the thing. So neoconservatives are liberal hawks. You're either a right-wing lib or you're not. And I don't care. Gen X says, have you already announced weekly streams with Pisco and I missed it? Yeah, we talked about that like 2 weeks ago, but then he flaked on me. Blood for Lady Liberty, democracy for the American throne. That goes pretty hard. That goes pretty hard. I would actually do like Liberty for Lady Liberty and blood for Uncle Sam. I'm actually going to write that down. We can still workshop it. And I think yours goes slightly harder, but mine is more on message. I don't know. Liberty for Lady Liberty and blood for Uncle Sam. I'm sorry. That goes hard as fuck. That goes so fucking hard. Are you shitting me? Imagine yelling that while rolling into battle. That's based. Did you see the person ask Grok about the joke? Yeah, I'm sure. And the joke with Saint Mattis, patron saint of spent rounds. Yeah. Yeah. And Mattis. Oh, there is no God but Uncle Sam. And General Mattis is his messenger. I'm gonna write that down, even if my more liberal hawks don't like, or my more libs don't like that. There is no God but Uncle Sam, and General Mattis is his messenger. Oh, that's funny. I know this is sacrilege. Like I am a deist. I do find this a little sacrilegious, but that is pretty funny. Andrew Giaconopoulos says, I used to be fine with Destiny's edgy behavior, but then once I realized his own child is in full view of all his drama and craziness, it really made me rethink all that. It's not cool. Well, yeah, dude. And if this is where Nathan's at, it's not really like again, I'm not trying to criticize Steven. I'm not trying to criticize Nathan where I'm like, oh, you're so fucked up. You're irredeemable. That's not what I'm saying. How about if Nathan's a lost kid, you know, people go out of their way to try to help him, even if he doesn't accept the advice, even if he doesn't accept the, you know, people reaching out to him. Just try to be nice, try to mentor him, try to make sure that he becomes a good young man. And Steven should make sure that his edginess doesn't hurt his political aspirations. It's actually quite easy. Gen X says, he announced on stream today, y'all are going to be doing weekly streams now. Good. Good. I would love to fight him about everything. Yeah. Wowman542 makes this good point, which is Gavin Newsom's Twitter is the best example of being able to give MAGA their own medicine without joking about dead kids. Sure. Absolutely. Son Patty says, all I ask for is payment of some of your hot dogs and burgers while you grill. Based. All right. Let's get into it. I caught up with chat. You guys were funny as fuck. You already started donating. Thank you, Silver Jacket Man, for the 20. Thank you, Fast and Bulbous, for the 5. Thank you, Just Carpet 563 for the 5. Like, share, subscribe, comment for the comment gods, participate in chat. We have lots of smart, funny people. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you, and thank you for being here. Let's go ahead and do an intro and get into it. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a Never Trump Republican. I am going to be reviewing Drew Pavlou, a militant liberal, confronting Stephen Bonnell's son, Nathan, on his radicalization into the dissident right. We are going to try to be critical, but we're also going to try to be empathetic to a young man finding his way in the world. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring these gentlemen on and see if we can make some hay.
A bunch of stuff was going on.
No, okay. Thanks for joining. Everything okay?
Yeah, I needed to get a bunch of stuff done, and then also like the audio and stuff.
No, okay. Thanks for joining. So, listen, man. I don't want to debate, bro, or attack you harshly. You're a young guy, so I want to just try and talk respectfully. And listen, I'm a fan of your dad, so I don't want to. I don't want to have like a vicious debate or anything. But I do want to talk to you about your views, because you've said that you're a Nazi. You've said that you endorse Adolf Hitler. And look, these are pretty morally horrible views, in my view. Like you know, this man was responsible for arguably the worst genocide in human history, the mass murder of millions upon millions of people. And even setting aside the mass murder of innocents, I mean, he literally destroyed Europe. He destroyed Germany. So I want to ask you about these views. Where did they come from? Why do you call yourself a Nazi?
Well, I've done plenty of research. I keep doing research. I'm actually reading a lot of books now about this topic, kind of.
Could you tell us what are you reading for your research? What books are you reading on this?
Yeah, I actually have mentioned notes. I can pull up those books. The book I'm reading right now, ironically, is Mein Kampf. I'm trying to understand the psychology of Hitler around the time before he was kind of who he is known as today. So one of the books I'm reading it's kind of about banking lobbying, but it's more specifically about nationalism, where it came from. It's Balkan nationalism in the 19th century, exposing the roots of identity and conflict. It's not really a book; it's more of an article.
Okay. Well, I just want to know, like, where did this political path come from, though, right? Because obviously your dad is like quite a famous liberal. I want to know, like, so how did you go down this path of? I think it was about Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. What led you to those views?
I opened my mind up. I had more conversations with people on the alt-right and the far-right. And that's kind of it. I started watching and consuming more alt-right content too.
Okay, so you've consumed this alt-right content. I'm interested. So I remember.
So let's go ahead and break down what we've heard so far. So far, in my opinion, Drew has really just asked, where is this coming from? You know, you've said that you're a National Socialist, that you've endorsed Hitler and you think he's a good guy. You know, where is this coming from? He's kind of repeated that question a couple of times. So with Nathan, you know, this isn't coming out of nowhere. And this is one of the more nefarious elements of the dissident right, is oftentimes they will give you, whenever you ask a progressive, actually, sometimes even when you ask me, where I'm like 14 million people are projected to die over the next 5 years. And they're like, yeah, well, what's your source? And I'm like, The Lancet, here's the link. And they're like, yeah, well, this is just a projection. Can you even explain how projections work and how they might be off? Then I'm like, go fuck yourself. Because, sorry for using such profane language, but when somebody asks me that question, I typically don't think that they're actually trying to have me explain my understanding of statistics and projections and how they're realized in the real world. I think they're trying to get me bogged down in details because they're trying to effectively like debunk the details rather than contend with the main point. The main point is we cut $10 billion from international aid and it's going to kill people knowingly. Like we knew it was going to kill people. We did it anyways. We betrayed Ukraine. We stopped feeding them intel. We stopped giving them timely military shipments. We knew this was going to screw over Ukraine and result in civilian deaths, and it did. So at that point, I don't feel like you're asking those questions in good faith. However, with Nathan and with young men, that can come across like, well, you're not really that defensive of your point. You just want a virtue signal and then run away. Whereas with the dissident right, if you seem like a curious fella, then they're going to feed you endless dissident right-wing propaganda and they're going to feed you endless sources. And so that's like one of the things about being closed-minded and kind of being dismissive of curious people is Nazis they love curious people. They want to feed curious people endless amounts of information. Now, it's bad information and the information sucks, but, you know, so especially when you're young, you might not have that level of discernment yet. So just to summarize, though, he's reading Mein Kampf, which I've read as well. So if we get into details there, then we can discuss those. He's reading about banking, lobbying, and nationalism in the Balkans in the 19th century. That's interesting. Then he's had lots of conversations with people in the dissident right, and that's how he's been recruited into the position that he's currently recruited into.
Destiny, you went to the Holocaust Museum with him.
Mm-hmm.
Did that have any influence on your views?
No, not really.
Why is that? I'm interested.
I was I didn't pay too much attention to the memorial. I looked around, of course, some of the stuff there. It was sad, but I was kind of critical of a lot of the stuff I saw there, especially one of the doors for the supposed gas chamber. Yes, it was wooden, and yes, it had handles. That kind of clicked in my mind. I thought that was kind of strange, and then as I explored more of the memorial, that kind of solidified my opinions in a way.
So you actually say that going to the Holocaust Museum in Washington D.C. made you less trusting of historical evidence about the Holocaust.
Hmm.
Could you explain that a bit further?
Right. So number one, the shoes, and I was very critical of like the shoe exhibit, all the shoes in like the shoe part of the museum. They had like a little plaque next to it explaining the story behind it. I thought that was strange. I don't believe the story behind the shoe thing. I think it's much more simple than what they're trying to lead on. And then also the shoes, they don't actually look real, and it's not like well, they look like real shoes. I just don't think they're specifically from each camp or anything like that. And then also the photos. There's a corridor you can go down, two walls, huge. There's a bottom level and then also another top level. I was in the middle level. There were a bunch of pictures on every wall. A lot of the pictures looked kind of strange. They didn't look natural. Some of the pictures were real because from when I was like 11 researching the Holocaust, I seen some of those pictures, and yeah, they are real pictures.
So this is actually, weirdly enough, I would be pointing this out to my child. So Nathan says that he's read tons of books, Mein Kampf, banking, lobbying in the Balkans, lots of conversations with people in the distant right. The exhibit was sad, but I was critical of it. And then we're getting into these like details. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because one of the things that we saw Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints, bring up in her conspiracy thing is that there's a formula to conspiracist thinking. And the formula for conspiracist thinking is appeal to anomaly, appeal to anomaly, appeal to anomaly, and then present alternative narrative. And so far, the thing is, it was sad, but I was critical of the events. The two anomalies that Nathan has appealed to are wooden doors with handles, and then the shoe exhibit. I don't believe. Well, he doesn't believe that the shoes are from the places that they claim to be from. He doesn't believe that the wooden doors are where they claim to be from. But that's the interesting thing is like if we just go to what is it, like Ordinary Men Holocaust Police book. So if we go to Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 11 and Final Solution in Poland, we don't even have to talk about the details. We can just talk about this because these are cops who, my understanding is that these were firsthand accounts of how they were ordered to massacre 1,500 people in a city. And so for like 2 to 3 weeks at a time, they would just line up dozens or hundreds of people back to back to back to back and slaughter them in an industrial scale by executing them and throwing them into a mass grave, and how the camaraderie of them being a part of a unit and also a shitload of alcohol is how they perpetrated a massacre. And so we should just, in my opinion, I would cut right to the heart of that, which is like, well, do you think that on virtue of being of a certain ethno-religious background or having Zionist support for the state of Israel, should you be, rounded up based off of your ethno-religious background and executed? Because we know that happened. Like we descriptively know that happened. Not only do we have a high probability that the Holocaust happened, but I think even Nazis would admit that this kind of shit happened. So that's where I would start, is I would start from moral foundations. But I'm actually curious how much more we're going to see that formula of anomaly, 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 alternative narrative. Gen X says way more will die now because of Maha and RFK's utter destruction of our medical system. I'm not going to be surprised. Watch John Oliver's Maha story if you haven't yet. Well, I can only take so much damage at a time. Wowman542 says, calling it now, Hasan will likely try to platform Nathan to further defame Destiny as a sex pest bad father to discredit him and unfuck America tour. Well, that's not going to be great if it happens. Melody says, I'm guessing a lot of his family in Nebraska is Republican, so if it's just so it happens to be interested in his stuff. Interesting. So, all right, let's continue for the sake of flow.
Some of the pictures where Jews being transported to camps. That's real. That happened around 1941, 1942 in Poland and closer to Germany, South Germany, kind of. That happened. So I'm not saying all of it's fake, but I'm saying that a lot of the pictures, or the fact that they had a fake Hitler quote on the wall, that was strange to me. And then the fact that some of the pictures looked a little weird, and then also shrinks a bit.
Can you explain what is your actual position here? Is your position that the Holocaust did not happen?
Yeah.
It didn't happen. So there were no killings of Jews. There was no persecution of Jews by Nazi Germany. In your view?
I'm not saying that the Holocaust isn't persecution, and specifically mass murder and the targeting of Jewish people in World War II. That's what the Holocaust was. I'm not saying that Jews didn't die. I'm not saying that they weren't persecuted. I know they were persecuted. In 1936, that's when it was really bad for one of the first times when Hitler was in power. And then also there were killings of Jews. There were Nazi death squads that specifically targeted just prisoners in concentration camps. I know that happened.
So I just want to clarify. So if you said earlier you're reading Mein Kampf. In Mein Kampf, there are hundreds of pages that Hitler devotes to expressing his hatred towards Jews, how he wants the Jews to be pushed out of Europe, etc. He sees the Jews as basically this existential pestilence. So you would be quite obviously you would understand quite obviously Hitler hated the Jews, but you don't believe he persecuted the Jews.
I don't think he said that. If I heard correctly, there was persecution and killing of Jews in 1936. There were horrible pogroms. There were targeted killings of Jews in the concentration camps. So I think this is a question of degree. Now, I would still, call this like Holocaust revisionism or Holocaust denial or whatever. But I think we need to cut to the core of the moral argument, which is like, should you kill people for their ethno-religious traits? I would hope in a liberal society we can largely say no. I would hope that Nathan would say no.
Is he there?
Sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out.
So I'm just trying to work this out. You're reading Mein Kampf, and in Mein Kampf, Hitler expresses over hundreds of pages his absolute hatred of the Jews. Would you agree with that?
Yes, he does.
Okay, but you don't believe that he persecuted the Jews when he came to power. I'm just trying to work this out.
I never said that. I explicitly said, yeah, Jews were persecuted when he came to power.
Okay, and do you support that? Oh, geez, cut out again.
I hope that cut out again, and that's not just Nathan staring into the camera. Why are we giving this kid attention? Because he's emblematic of hundreds of thousands of young men who are being sucked in by the dissident right. That's why.
He's cut out. It's pretty sad how hardcore his views are on this.
Crawling Chaos says, I'm not saying the Nazis mass murdered Jews, but I am saying they did it sort of. Well, dude, that's the thing. It's like even talking to Nick Fuentes, with the cookies analogy. He's like, well, I don't think it was 6 million. It might have been like a few 100,000. But again, you can cut to the moral core. The moral core is, should you be able to kill people for their ethno-religious background, regardless of whether or not they're a part of some nefarious cabal to overthrow society? The answer for anybody who's sane and believes in individual rights, individual responsibilities, protection from the state, Republican governance, the obvious answer is no. And so that should already put fascist Germany, and to some degree, authoritarian communism, that should already throw them into the evil bucket of history, right? Collective punishment, collective murder, all that kind of stuff. It's, in my opinion, very barbaric, very Old Testament, very cruel, very disgusting, very repulsive, anti-human, and it's the kind of shit that needs to be left in the dustbin of history. So if we're already admitting that fascist Germany did these things, why would we try to rehabilitate the philosophy of fascist Germany? And that's the thing. Regardless, if Nate's doing this for attention, or if he's doing this to piss off his dad or give a middle finger to the world or whatever, or if he actually thinks like, oh, hey, I'm researching these things and actually I do think that there's something here. Regardless of his motivation, we shouldn't be trying to rehabilitate fascism and authoritarianism, which is what is effectively happening.
Question.
Okay.
In some ways, not all aspects of the persecution, but in some ways, yeah.
So wait, sorry. Okay, let me just clarify that question again. So when it comes to, so you agree that Hitler hated Jews, and you agree that
Yes.
he persecuted Jews when he came to power.
Yes.
And I'm asking, do you support the persecution in that way?
Overall, yes. Some aspects, no. But if we're
See, that's already too long of a pause. In some aspects, yes. In some aspects, no. All right.
just saying yes or no completely, then I'd have to be leaning more towards yes.
Why? How can you lean towards yes when it comes to the active persecution of millions of Jewish people?
So before I answer this, I'm just going to do a quick explanation on why they're persecuted, in my opinion. Jews in Germany have been the reason, well, not the reason, but they've been the targets of a lot of hate and persecution throughout, in Germany throughout years.
Yeah. So Kay says, and I'm assuming as mods, we're not allowing any bullying of a minor child in chat, even though everyone here is 3,000 IQ moral actors. That's right. Just do suspensions because people might not know that we're the angle that we're trying to take in this. So they might come in crazy being like, oh, look, Dusty's such an evil piece of shit and his kid's a dumbass. But for the people who are in chat right now, we're not dunking. Okay. Listen, we're not dunking. We're approaching this as if Nathan was an extended part of our family. And if we had somebody in our family who lost a little bit of their shit and was saying some crazy shit, and we wanted to address their arguments earnestly because we wanted them to hear us. That's the approach. And so Gen X mentions that he addresses morality later. I'm going to find that pretty interesting because if I, no offense, guys, but when Vosh and I think Stephen to a degree have argued for moral nihilism or cosmic nihilism, and I'm not saying that Stephen argues that all the time. I'm just saying that he's entertained it as a hypothetical, and I think I've seen that before. I think this is the natural outcome. I think the natural outcome is when you say, well, technically there's no such thing as good or bad, and good or bad is all subjective. And to some degree, we can look at like morality and humanism as something that can guide us. But realistically, you can evaluate everything within its consequences. Then everything becomes arbitrary. And not only does everything become arbitrary, but you can't hold on to simple, basic moral conceptions like killing people for being a part of the wrong group is bad, right? Like we should be able to agree on that. But for the moral nihilist or the cosmic nihilist, they actually say like, oh, hold on there. Hold on. The universe doesn't really care about humanity, and one less human might actually be beneficial to all of society. Like it's all that fucking it's all that I have 3,000 IQ, so technically nothing is good or bad. It's very fucking annoying. And anybody over the age of like 25 who is a moral or cosmic nihilist actually bugs the fuck out of me.
Even before World War II happened, and the end of World War I, after the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, Jews were scapegoated almost immediately by the National Socialist Party. And
good to see you, Grassroots. Hey, welcome home. Glad your travels were safe. Good morning, party persons, and fuck this machine. Interesting.
some
Hello, Grassroots. Good to see you, King.
communist parties too in Germany. They scapegoated the Jews and blamed them.
AF Racing says, where is the evidence that there are hundreds of thousands of young men being converted to Nazism? Well, I don't know. Nate, do you just want to take a look real quick? Let's go to Rumble. I mean, technically, Nick is a Christian nationalist, so if you want to say that he's not a Nazi, that's fine. But I would say it's close enough to Nazism that I don't care. Nick Fuentes. So we got 19 hours, 100,000 views, 135, 370, 360, 474, 262, 125, 490. So we at least got tens of thousands of young men who are Christian nationalists who accept National Socialist narratives. Then we have what? Elijah Schaffer. Does he run his shit here? What's Elijah Schaffer's show? Where is he at? Google. And I hate Elijah Schaffer. He's actually a total fucking dumbass. Where is Elijah Schaffer's show? He used to work at the Blaze. That's on YouTube. Is he still on YouTube? But Elijah Schaffer is absolutely a fucking Nazi apologist. Like 100%. Like it's not even disputable.
Gee, man, I was worried that you weren't going to join, man.
If you tell me that you don't think Elijah Schaffer is a fucking Nazi, then I actually think you're stupid. I'm just going to look this up real quick and then we'll move on. Oh, slightly offensive with Elijah Schaffer. So 544,000 viewers. He's getting dog shit views. Looks like he only has a live section. I don't know if he's posted anything because it's like 2 months ago, 2 months ago, 2 months ago, 2 months ago. So I don't know if he switched platforms. Maybe he's on Kick or something. But he got dog shit views on his own thing. But then I saw he has that dumbass MMA guy. And that dumbass MMA guy is a Nazi too. So anyways, I feel like my point is proven, AF Racing. Even if you don't.
And I think there is actually conversation to be had.
Sorry. This is actually funny. My apologies to Nathan. My apologies to Steven for thinking this is funny. Yeah, my son's a Nazi. That's bad. What do you want me to say?
Kind about that. Where Hillary's coming from is that he put blame on the Jewish people. He put blame on bankers, and he put.
Can I say this? You'd be familiar, for example, that there was a huge amount of. There were so many German Jews who joined up for the German army in World War I. They fought hard. I believe it was actually a Jewish officer who recommended Hitler for a military commendation during World War I. So, I mean, you're saying that this is a scapegoating, that the Nazis started attacking the Jews after World War I, blaming them for the loss of the war and stuff like that. How is that fair? You're admitting that the Jews were scapegoated.
Well, it's fair because a lot of these bankers and stuff, they did pull out of Germany, and they were somewhat responsible for the economic collapse of Germany. See, Jews started gaining a lot more influence in the British Parliament around 1917. A lot more Jews were inside British Parliament and inside governing, into politics inside the British government. Jews already had influence in Britain, and Britain had influence over the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Jews and Germans have hated each other for so long, even before World War One. And
that's
for
not
the fact
true.
that
That's not true. That's not true. The German Jewish community was extremely well assimilated within Germany prior to the rise of the Nazis.
I mean, it depends on where you went. South Germany was kind of known for persecuting, well, not persecuting, but having a dislike for Jewish people before World War One. A lot of that came from Catholic influence or other things in South Germany. South Germany before World War One did kind of hate Jewish people before the National Socialists did.
Okay, so anyway, we're going back to your point. You say that the persecution is justified because of this racial hatred. I just want to ask, why is it justified to persecute millions of people? I mean, where do you say that you agree with the person?
Okay, you guys are confusing the argument. I'm not saying descriptively it was hundreds of thousands. I'm making no descriptive claim whatsoever. All right, I'm making a moral claim, and let's. I am willing. So, for instance, like I don't understand climate science. I don't. I understand that we put a shitload of carbon into the air. It correlates with a rise in temperature. That we can go throughout history, and there's CO2 levels that rise that correlate with temperature. But what's actually going on right now is we're supposed to be like nature-wise based off of the cycles of cooling and heating. We're technically supposed to be during a cooling period, but we're heating up anyways. So realistically, if there's like a new ice age, carbon emissions could save our skin and actually save hundreds of thousands of lives, but it also could, destroy the environment. And we do see some evidence of pretty catastrophic weather events happening nowadays. Now, they've always been happening to some degree, but if the frequency continues to increase, then we could be fucked, right? So I'm like, I guess I'm climate skeptical, but I'm like 80% sold, 90% sold that anthropogenic carbon emissions and methane emissions actually could really fuck up the environment and fuck over the human species. And we're spending a lot of time and energy navel gazing when we should be doing something about it. But that's the same approach that I'm going to take with the Holocaust, where it's like, I have been told that there are dozens, hundreds, thousands of Holocaust primary sources, that they're all pretty robust, and that they all paint the same narrative. That the Nuremberg trials, we used German records on mass slaughter against the Germans at the Nuremberg trials. So I have a pretty strong instinct to believe. I also have Jewish friends who say like, oh yeah, everybody past my parents got like wiped out. And the only reason why my parents escaped is because our family fled to America or New York, or fled to Israel and then moved to New York, or moved to Florida, or moved to this, or moved to that, or Texas, right? Pretty much every Jewish person I know, because a majority of them are European Jews, right? They all have some story of an extended family member not making it out of Germany, right? So the whole point is like, I'm 99% sure that the Holocaust is a real thing and that it was millions of people. But with the moral claim, is it bad to line people up based off of their ethno-religious affiliation and shoot them in the back of the head? Yes. Is the answer yes? Then you shouldn't be a fucking Nazi, because Nazis were for blaming all of Germany's problems on a single ethno-religious group, depriving them of property, persecuting them in riots, hanging and bludgeoning random people, treating kids from those people like shit, like vermin. Like that was also well documented, was that Jewish children effectively went from playing with their German neighbors 1 year to when they came back, they were treated like subhuman golem on the verge of like, consuming their fellow children. And then eventually a healthy chunk of them were beaten or killed and ghettoized and dead from deprivation and disease. That's already all bad enough that even if we disputed the numbers somehow, we should be able to say like, yeah, that's fucked up, and we should never instantiate that in any culture on the planet ever. Right? Right? We can just make the moral argument. We don't have to follow Nathan down each one of his appeals to anomaly. Just responding to a chat before we get back into the content. Will Aberley says, exactly, he's a child and his father doesn't see a point or value in his son's life. So why not treat this more like a play for attention from literally anyone? Because Nathan isn't the only kid. He's not the only kid. There's hundreds of thousands of other kids exactly like Nathan. So we're not just going to dismiss him and say, oh, you're a stupid kid. We're going to say, hey, this is why you're wrong. And even if you were right about some of the facts of the matter, you're still wrong morally. Bakar Baridi says, no offense, but it's laughable to trust Rumble stats. Rumble is known to be very botted, even more than Kick or Twitch. And it's still tens of thousands of young people. That's a problem, right? Jake Shields, sure. Yep. That's the MMA guy I was talking about. Silverjacket Man says we might hit those numbers, but I'll be surprised if a whole lot of them don't grow out of it at once. They get into the real world. Sure. That doesn't mean that you don't. That doesn't mean that you don't handle it. AF Racing says I'm not going to lurk today, or it's going to go bad. I don't know why. I don't think I've said anything controversial. Silverjacket Man says holding the 9 to 5 really tends to tamp down on radicalism. In my experience, you are too busy to be radical. Sure, but let's take a look at this. What is it? It's like 35% of young men. How many young men are NEETs? In the U.S., approximately 1 in 5 young men under 25 are considered NEETs, meaning they are not in employment, education, or training. This translates to around 4.3 million young people in the U.S. While NEET rates vary across demographics and regions, the figure highlights a significant portion of young men who are not actively participating in traditional pathways towards employment or further education. So 1 in 5 young men are NEETs. And I think they had like a stat on it where this is effectively increased by like, I think it's between 30 and 100% in the past 2 decades. In the past 2 decades, this stat has increased substantively.
But that there was not mass killings. What do you think actually happened then?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to explain this again. Jews had influence in Germany. They had influence in German politics.
Sorry, Fashion 40 says 139 watchers, only 37 likes. Like the stream. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting people there. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines.
And they had influence in German banking. They had control over a lot of German banks and news, as they did in the U.S. So they did technically have some power in economic collapse of Germany after World War One and at the end of World War One. And again, you said I disagree with mass killings. I never said that I don't think mass killings happened. I said explicitly, yes, there were mass killings. But when it comes to the Holocaust, I do not think it was a mass industrial Holocaust. I don't think Germany was fully industrialized to exterminate the Jewish people. That's just not true. That's not something that happened. Germany did not change its entire industrial pathway to exterminate Jewish people. They did not convert.
This is where you're wrong, Nathan, because really, even at the height of the war on the Eastern Front, the Germans were utilizing and removing a significant amount of rail stock for the transportation of Jews to death camps. So even at the height of the war, a significant amount of the German industrial capacity, the railroad capacity, was actually diverted to the mass killings of Jews. And the use of Jewish slave labor was a massive part of the German industrial effort during World War II. If you read Adam Tooze's book, The Wages of Destruction, you can see that it's actually impossible for major parts of German industry to operate without the use of slave labor by both Jewish and also just people all across Eastern Europe. There were millions of people who were inducted as slave laborers.
Okay, so number one, a lot more railroads to concentration camps.
Shaved Dog Butt says, just built a new computer. Based.
Supply chain, stuff like that, transportations of Jewish people from camp to camp were bombed by the Allies during World War II. This is known. This is documented pretty well. And a second fact, slave labor does not always mean genocide, okay? There are so many other countries that were also using slave labor that weren't trying to genocide those people. Now, I don't get why you think slave labor would equal genocide when it comes to this case, because if they're using all of these people to continue their industrial output, to continue output of products for soldiers to use in the Eastern Front, they wouldn't be also genociding these people. They wouldn't be killing the people.
There was a selection process so that Jewish men who could work were put into forced slave labor, and there was no concern whether these people died in the process of the slave labor. So they were basically worked to death. And then people who were considered unfit to work were immediately exterminated. So this was the elderly, this was the young, this was a lot of women. So there were some Jews who were forced into slave labor, but they were worked a huge proportion of them were worked to death during the war.
Okay, so about that selection process, they did select those unfit to work to be killed. I know that happened. That's not exterminating them based on their race. That's just exterminating them based on their ability to work. They did that with other people too. They did that with political opponents that were put in the same campus as Jewish people. Yes, there were non-Jews in the same campus as Jewish people. It wasn't specifically Jewish people that were persecuted because they couldn't work inside these camps. Everyone was. And this is like, it's not, I'm not saying it's right that Germany did this. I'm just saying that the context doesn't make sense for it to be a genocide when, again, they're relying on these people to work, and if you can't work, you're just taking up space in these camps. Also, the sick were killed. It wasn't because they were sick and couldn't work, because some sick people did.
So you're admitting.
Okay. Hans Mayer says, Connor, why the 1%? That should not be. There's not 1%. Don't give someone even the slightest grace on this. Hans Mayer. Yeah, has anything worked? Right? Has your stuff, like, I'm not saying you individually did this, but has the progressive, self-righteous narrative worked? Has just going like, trans women are women, we can't talk about it, fuck you, and if you don't believe it, you're a bigot? Did that work? Or are we experiencing one of the most extreme right-wing backlashes in American history? Did BLM work, where it's like, if you're not ACAB and defund the police, then you're an evil sack of shit and you deserve to die? Did that work? So when it comes to the Holocaust, the 1% is conceding to nuance or the possibility that I'm schizophrenic and that I'm actually imagining being a live streamer and having a family. Maybe I'm in a padded cell somewhere and I actually don't understand reality. So if that's like if you can't engage with nuance, then this conversation isn't for you. If you have to have this like purity of mind, then this conversation isn't for you, right? What I would need to do in order to say beyond 100% certainty that the Holocaust stuff is like, I'll show you. I'll just show you. Holocaust primary sources. So this is, I tried to do this earlier because I was actually really curious about going through this information. How do I click on this? The rise of Nazism, outgrades, understanding through testimony is absolutely fantastic. This is perfectly suited to schools who want to teach the Holocaust in just a few lessons, short enough to fit into any lesson plan, well curated, given an excellent piece of range of experiences showing the development of the Holocaust over time. So let's launch the program. The Holocaust through testimony. So I would need to go through this. Start. Okay, so these are firsthand accounts. All right. So I would need some kind of verification that this correlates with primary historical documentation, right? And this isn't a criticism of this guy like Arnold Erlinger. He 100% could be telling the truth from his perspective in earnest attempt. Same thing with this gentleman. These could all be exact firsthand witnesses to the Holocaust. But you know what I need to know in order to know that these people are 100% telling the truth? I need correlated historical primary source documentation, and I need to know that the translation is accurate. And then I can go to 100%. That's all it is. It's all it is. It's not just reading somebody's interpretation of the evidence, but reading the evidence yourself. Here we go. Primary source database. So the interesting thing about this is I actually tried to do this. I tried to read the primary sources because the primary sources had like inventories and shit. And with the inventories, I need to like read this in order to know what's going on. So for instance, open image and tab. Fam name, I know that. Kirkeling. Vor name Herman. Gech I'm assuming his date of birth, 12/6/01. So he was born in 1901. In Leglin. So I would need to read all this shit. Anyways, I'm belaboring the point, but the truth is, if like 99% isn't good enough for you, then this conversation isn't for you.
That basically people who could not work were basically killed.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean genocide.
That doesn't mean genocide. So you can actually take millions of people, concentrate them into these slave labor camps. Half of them are exterminated immediately with gas chambers, and then other people are worked to death. And you're saying, oh well, it's not actually genocide just to work people to death while giving them no means of life, while denying them medical care, while denying them food. There was a systematic hunger plan. There was a systematic hunger plan in the sense that the Nazi camp commanders, they did not want to give enough food
that's just not true. That's just not true. There are more.
All right, $10 from Gen X for donating to Save the Nathan Fund. Razzle says World War II is one of the most studied, analyzed, documented, and obsessed over events in human history. The official narrative isn't in dispute by anyone serious. Nathan's talking points are all bogus. Okay, demonstrate them. So feel free on Discord or Twitter to send me the primary source documentation about extermination camps. Because I've looked at the primary source documentation. It's in German. I don't speak German. So
specific meetings held to discuss how they can reduce loss of life in these camps, held by Nazi high-ranking officials. You can find this. This is easy access information. There were meetings held to learn how to combat illness in these camps, how to help them like have more room to live and stuff like that, so they're not crammed together as much as they were with the population of these camps growing. There were specific meetings held to get them more food and supplies, while allies were bombing these transportations.
I gotta make clear, one of the biggest arguments against the Allies during World War II is that they were
Grassroots started a competitive fund for the Fuck Nathan Fund for $20. All right, so we have two dono funds. One of them is to save Nathan. One of them is to fuck Nathan. Well, not literally, okay? Like, Nathan is a bad guy. All right, let's rephrase that one. Let's change it from the Fuck Nathan Fund to the Nathan's a bad guy fund. How about that?
fully aware of places like Auschwitz, and they didn't ever actually try to bomb the crematoria. They didn't actually try to properly stop these places from functioning. So why is that?
Well, they're not going to bomb. They're not going to bomb the whole camp. No, they're bombing transports. They're bombing transports, not the camp.
There are strong arguments to be made against the Allies that they didn't do enough to stop transportation of Jews to the camps. Like, for example, when hundreds of thousands of Hungarian Jews were transported to the camps, the Allies made no efforts to actually stop the transportation. They could have bombed the railroads. They didn't do that.
Maybe not at that time.
Hold on. Is that me or them?
He's dropped out again.
The deaths of Jews were exacerbated by Allied bombing.
Nathan, are you there? Nathan, are you there? Hello. Okay, you're back.
Okay. Anyway,
so for example, when there were Jews who escaped from Auschwitz, it was a very rare occurrence, and they brought the plans of what the Germans were doing to the Hungarian Jews to the Allies, and the Allies could have bombed the transports to stop.
Yeah. Actually, Beef Supreme, they worked you until you went to be exterminated or died. Mostly even children worked in the camps and had jobs, so to speak. Even when sent to a death camp, you could be chosen to live and help there. So, yeah, that's one of the things that I saw was there was this thing about useless eaters in Germany. And Nathan thinks that this is a point for him. Eaters, Germany. So, backdated order authorizes euthanasia program. This short letter on Hitler's private stationery provided the extra legal basis for doctors to give so-called mercy death to patients who were deemed incurably ill. Although it framed these deaths as euthanasia, this order actually authorized the mass murder of people with disabilities and protected the men and women who performed the killings from potential prosecution. Nazi propaganda argued that these people were so-called useless eaters. As German policymakers prepared for war, they began to view people with disabilities as both a genetic and financial burden. The order was issued in autumn of 1939. However, it was backdated to September 1st in order to connect it to the start of World War II. This program came to be known by the codename T4 after the address of its central office at Tiergartenstrasse in Berlin. Under the program, patients were murdered by gassing, lethal overdoses, and starvation. So I've actually seen this thing. I've seen video of this where they started the euthanasia program with like vans for gassing, and they went to, the vans right here. And so they went to various like asylums, and they just started wiping out the disabled people. And so right here, like Nathan's appeal is that like, oh, well, they weren't exterminating these people based on their ethno-religious background. They also did it to political dissidents, and they also did it to other people. So, or they also did it to disabled people. So clearly they weren't exterminating Jews just for being Jewish. However, let's cut to the moral core. Should we be killing disabled people? Should we be killing political dissidents? Should we be killing people from an ethno-religious background specifically if they're not of use to us as slave labor? I think the answer is no. Okay? And if you can't land on no from a moral analysis, then you are a fucking Nazi, right? You're a Nazi, you kind of suck, and you should be treated poorly. I'm not going to do that, obviously, because we're still trying to charitably understand Nathan as much as possible. But if you can't say all of this shit is fucking evil, then I don't know what the fuck your problem is. Nathan's a teenager. I think some people have said he's 16. Some people said he was 14. I don't know. But yeah, is killing disabled people based? The answer should be no. Ratzel says, what I don't understand is why are his parents still allowing him to have internet access? I can't imagine what my parents would have done if I was posting this stuff. I'm not going to criticize Steven and his mom's parenting techniques, but if I was doing this shit, I absolutely would have been banned off of social media, every internet device that I had taken away, and I probably would have gotten spanked as a teenager. I don't know if my dad was strong enough to spank me as a teenager, but it probably would have happened. Possum Nation says, I had my adenoids out. It sounds like Nathan needs them out. It also changes personality depending on how much they are blocking breathing. Interesting. Yeah. Whatever, 4690 takes the same skeptical perspective that I said. I am 99% sure the world is round, but there's a 1% chance I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm just holding out. I'm holding out the possibility that I'm an unreliable narrator. I try to tell you guys reality as I see it, but I could be a schizophrenic. Sacred Snow says, if you want to demonstrate to anyone in chat whether or not the moral proselytizing works, just point out LB's popularity in stream. Almost everyone vehemently dislikes her. Messaging for purely the proselytizing ideology aside. Also, everyone in chat knows her, so it's a relevant example. Well, I mean, I like LB just fine, and she's triggered some of my best one-guy rants. But yeah, I would say that whenever she moral frogs about something, it substantively reduces my chances of agreeing with her. Hans Meyer says, I'm German. I saw the logs photos, and there's no purity of mind on this. Okay, well, then psychically transplant your understanding of German primary sources into my American brain. If you can do that. Beef Supreme says, I'm throwing tomatoes at the Holocaust deniers. All right, well, I don't think there's that many, bro. I think we're doing okay. Crawling Chaos is 14 years old. He should be having fun with his friends, but instead he's reading about the Holocaust and getting the wrong info. Oh, yeah. Come to Germany and visit Buchenwald. All right. Well, dude, I've been to like Anne Frank's place. I've been to places in Europe. A time traveling IRL streamer would be funny as fuck. Oh, Jesus. Well, kids are arguing semantics, but thinks it's a defeater. Well, I mean, I agree right there. there's still the there's still plenty of moral argumentation for why his perspective is bad and evil.
The mass transport of Hungarian Jews, hundreds of thousands of Hungarian Jews to Auschwitz, who were to be exterminated, and the Allies didn't do that. So you're saying that
they sometimes did, actually. They did sometimes bomb transports. There's examples. I think around 1942, Americans started bombing these railroads, along with other bombings near where the old German Polish border was, to cut off transportation of Nazis to the Eastern Front. They also bombed railroads going to concentration camps.
There you go. Wowman542 simplifies it. Let's unite around the donos of the Be Normal / Bully Nathan Fund. I think that's more appropriate than what we landed on the first time.
They killed some Jewish people as they were being transported. The reason that we're not taught this is because America knows this is them killing innocent.
True Zealot says, not really sure how I feel about spotlighting a minor like this on stream. Is there a greater point for this content, or is it just for the views? Yeah. I said it at the beginning of the stream. I'll say it again. We're not here for chud dunking. We're not here for criticizing Stephen. We're not really even here for criticizing Nathan. What we're here for is the fact that 1 in 5 young men are NEETs, which means that they're not in employment, education, or training. They are going online and being radicalized by various ideologies. So we're contending with their levels of arguments as if they were a part of our family. And so let me go ahead and do it for you, okay? Because I understand that, like, Gen X is saying that this content is making her skin crawl. I understand it. So he's reading tons of books. Okay. He's reading Banking, Lobbying, Nationalism. Can't really simplify that. Lots of conversations with people in the dissident right. The Holocaust was sad, but he was critical of it. So the door handles is an anomaly. The wooden shoes is an anomaly. He's skeptical of it. He admits there was persecution and killing of Jews. In 1936, there was a horrible... So let's go ahead and... he acknowledged that anti-Jewish pogroms happened. Admits that there were targeted killings of Jews in concentration camps. He thinks there were mass killings. He believes that there was Jewish influence in German politics. So, don't believe it was industrialized. I'm still taking a look. Slave labor doesn't equal genocide. And we're going to come up with moral questions when we're done summarizing. Compares it to contemporary genocides, like the Turkish-Armenian. He didn't say the Turkish-Armenian genocide, but mentions that useless eaters / political dissidents were also killed. So it wasn't purely an ethno-religious slaughter. So let's summarize what Nathan already admits that Germany did. Germany selected an ethno-religious minority to vilify. They had race riots. They had targeted killings of that identity. I guess race riots is incorrect. It's although I guess race, I guess you could use that term. They enslaved people. Mass killings. And killed, disabled people, political dissidents, and the vilified race. So the question is right here. If you're a fucking neo-Nazi, or you're a Holocaust denier, or you think that Hitler was a good guy, or if you think that Germany was overly simplified as a villain in World War II, that doesn't really matter. Within a debate, I can ask you, Do you think that we should select specific ethno-religious groups in order to vilify, and we should punish them collectively, similar to how we're treating Muslims in the current era? Should there be race riots that target people of that vilified community? Should we do targeted killings of that identity when they're incarcerated? Should we enslave those people to our benefit? Should we engage in mass killings of a tribal group? Should we kill disabled people or political dissidents or a bit? Oh, thank you, baby. Could I have a water refill as well? Thank you. Should we engage in killing disabled people, political dissidents, and the vilified race because they are useless eaters? And if the answer is no, then why the fuck are you rehabilitating Nazism? Why are you rehabilitating fascism? That's all that this line of inquiry and all these appeals to anomaly do. So yeah. So True Zealot, sorry if this content makes you uncomfortable, but I'm trying to do it as responsibly as I can. I'm not going for chud dunks, and I'm not trying to be dismissive.
People and then blaming it on another country. That's why we're not really taught the fact that America bombed so many transports with Jews being transported at the same time.
I want to clarify here, Nathan. You admitted that the Nazis scapegoated the Jews after World War I. You admit that they used them for slave labor.
Silver Jacket Man for 10, which is mean, but he did pay me. This is for Nathan looks eerily like Henry Spencer from Eraserhead. I don't know the reference, but he does have a nice Zoomer haircut, and we all think he looks very handsome.
You admit that they were persecuted. You admit that they killed many of them. You admit that people who couldn't work in these camps were killed. So why do you still support them? This is the big question.
That is the big question, and Drew Pavlou just cut to the heart of the matter. I need to fast forward again.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the question. So this is the question.
No. I heard you. The reason why, I overall support them is it's not about the slave labor and stuff like that. And
okay, whatever 4690 says, and now the Jews are ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Does that excuse what Germany did? Let's say whatever 46, that's bad, right? Whatever 4690, it's bad if the Jews, because again, I'm reserving my 1% of skepticism. If the Jews are creating conditions under which they want the Gazans to flee to Jordan or flee to the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt, and they want to put such pressure on the population, and I'm not saying this is specifically happening, I'm saying it's quite possible. If Israel is doing that in the attempt to get Palestinians to relocate to Jordan or the Sinai, that's bad, right? We can agree that that's bad. We can also agree that all of the sins that he has admitted to Germany doing is bad, right? We can get there together as a community.
Hold on, let me real quick. You're taking Germany as an example and then making it seem like it's one of the worst examples in history. Almost every other country was also using slave labor.
So hold on. Jack Dorr says, so funny Connor only touches on Holocaust revisionism when it's a 14-year-old child making the claim. He is afraid. Jack Dorr, please tell me. So is vilifying an ethno-religious minority a good thing? Are race riots that are indiscriminate and target that racial minority good? Is the targeted killing of that identity when they're incarcerated good? Is enslaving people good? Are mass killings good? Are killing disabled people who are political dissidents or vilified race political or disabled? Is any of that good? Because we're admitting, even with all the Holocaust revisionism, Nathan is admitting that these things happened. So if these things happened, are these noble and worthy of replication? Jack Dorr, I look forward to your answer.
Say that Germany is evil for using slave labor. And
in the 1930s and 1940s, in the 1940s, mate, slavery was abolished 100 years plus before. The British
They
abolished
knew
slavery
they
at
were
the start of the
using
19th
slave
century.
labor in Africa. They did enslave Africans and force them to
The
make
British,
things.
the British banned slavery at the start of the 19th century. America obviously banned slavery during this after the Civil War. You're talking about slavery being practiced by the Germans in the 30s and in the 1940s, in 1944, 1945. Right at the height of World War II, they're using millions of people as slave laborers. I've got a Polish friend, for example. I've got a Polish friend whose grandfather was a slave laborer in Nazi Germany. So this is the question.
Kay says, I think pointing out the money and Jew hatred and Jewish conspiracy is helpful to show the motivated reasoning countering it by exposing the financial interest because that's a pillar of Jew hate might help. Well, Kay, that's one of the things that you look at historically, and it like bolsters anti-Semitic argumentation. So medieval Jewish banking, because this is the narrative, by the way. So the narrative is that in money lending, there was a Christian prohibition on usury, and Jews were barred from vast sectors of the economy. And so as a result, Jews participated in banking, and then they blame the disasters of the Crusades and the disaster of military wars on Jewish bankers rather than on the Christian kings who launched the wars. So, yeah, I mean, we can point it out, but then it's going to be like this descriptive claim of like, oh, well, actually, I think the Jewish bankers of medieval Europe helped the kings, kill each other because they were anti-Christian bigoted, right? And then if you're pro-Jewish, then you're going to say, no, that's fucking stupid. Christians are their own moral agents. So if we launched wars against each other and Jews happen to finance them, that's kind of on the Christian community for launching those wars, right? So I don't know if that helps or hurts. Silver Jacket Man says, my dad always said if he couldn't kick my ass, he'd hire somebody who could. Oh, nice. Beef Supreme says, yep, my grandma would tell us about this. You either worked or were sent away and never came back. People already knew what was happening. They did this to anyone that Nazi determined to be less than. Yep. Gen X says, that's what it is. I was saying in an ear infection related, but adenoid sounds right. Oh, for his like throat or something? Sam says, this kid would just make an argument about how they had to lock Jewish people up. Okay. Oh, okay. So if you're a part of an ethno-religious group, and some segment of that ethno-religious group is engaged in nefarious behavior, we should lock people up based off of that ethno-religious group. So because George Bush invaded Iraq, I, Connor, as a cultural Christian, should be incarcerated. It's fucking stupid, right? Wow Man says, actually, Connor, you are a schizo. Every chatter here is one of your alternate personalities. There is no stream. There never was. Well, I'm holding out a 1% chance that that's true. AK Batasui says, we rail on the Nazis because they are a more modern example and it's more evil than they should have empathy from out of group humans. There are other examples of empires that mass murdered. Bro, I would say that China's engaged in this shit now. That's the other thing that I maybe I want to wake you guys up on. Thank you, baby. China has selected the Uyghurs as an ethno-religious minority to vilify. There have been anti-Uyghur race riots. Now, there were terrorist Uyghur attacks, but there were also anti-Uyghur race riots. There were targeted killings of those identities, particularly the militant ones. They did enslave those people and put them in work camps. There's alleged mass killings where effectively in China, they're doing the organ harvesting against any political dissidents. And I don't know if they killed any disabled people, but effectively what they've done is they've made it with the Uyghur culture that you either stop being Muslim and convert to the Han Chinese cultural dominance, or you get disappeared. So in my opinion, China might not be as evil as Germany is in scale, but they're definitely as evil as Germany is in like moral action.
Why is this acceptable? Why is this? I mean, all you've got is just basically whataboutism to say, oh well, other countries used.
If you guys want to bump me to 99.9, Kay says, as a Jew with Holocaust survivors in my family, 99% is okay. I wasn't alive. I can leave 1% because I didn't witness it personally. Give me 0.01%. Okay, give me 99.9%. The Holocaust happened. Millions of people fucking died. Okay, and then we can fight out these details. But the whole point that I'm trying to make is that you don't even need to get to 6 million dead to morally indict Germany for some of the most evil shit that human beings are capable of doing to one another. So, all right. Anyways.
Slave labor, therefore Nazi Germany can use slave labor in 1944 and 1945. That's crazy. That's not an argument for slavery. That's not an argument defending the Nazis. It's just whataboutism.
Sorry. Grassroots says, I still remember the day my grandma saw my mom raise a hand to me and said, that boy is too big for you to be hitting him with your hands before handing her a skillet. Holy shit. Will Aberley says, with respect, you missed my point. If one of the children I cared about started spouting off about the Holocaust, I'd never validate their point of view by engaging in a political argument. Okay, he's almost an adult, Will. And it's not just Nathan. That's the other thing. It's not just Nathan. It's hundreds of thousands of young people. And if you don't contend with their argumentation seriously, they just go on the internet and they find dissident right-wing people to hang out with. That was the whole question that Drew Pavlou asked in the beginning. He's like, how did you get radicalized? And Nathan was like, I'm reading a ton of books. I read Mein Kampf, and I'm trying to understand Hitler's psychology before the war. I've read an essay on banking, lobbying, and nationalism in the Balkans in the 19th century. And I guarantee you he's in a Discord with plenty of dissident right-wing freaks who are constantly entertaining and encouraging his political argumentation. So your whole thing of like, well, I'm not even going to deign to address your political perspective with a response, that shit doesn't work. Not with the hundreds of thousands of young men who are currently being radicalized on the fucking internet. If you want to do that in real life, sure. Hun says, yes, it is, but the neo-Nazis are not concentrated on the Jews. They don't like brown people. The Nazis are all in on their deep basements, and they're only an absolute microscopic minority. Okay? And they still kill people. They still influence American politics. Are you paying attention? All right. Anyways, let me continue.
Is he cut out again? Internet. Oh,
Better, my PC.
okay.
All right. My wife brought me breakfast, so I am going to mute myself while I eat.
All right.
Okay, so here's my response to that. Yes, British did use forced labor. It wasn't as bad as the Atlantic slave trade.
AF Racing says, I don't think you'll find any German streamers interviewing trying to have good faith arguments with Nazis. This is wrestling a pig and shit. Welcome to the internet.
But yes, there are examples during World War II of France and Britain using forced slave labor. Near Central Africa, the British used forced slave labor. Then also in East Africa, British forced like tens of thousands of Africans into similar into like projects like colonial labor camps and stuff. And then in Kenya, there's also an example of this. A squatter system was used to promote British slavery in Africa. They used slave labor just as much as the Nazis did, if not.
So now, because we've followed him into the appeals to anomaly and moral equivalence, we're arguing about impressed labor in the British armed forces during World War II, instead of just saying like, hey, bro, but you think like forced labor in general is bad, right? Whatever says, saw a march in the U.S. with 40K demanding Sharia law. Was I given fake news? No idea. 40,000 people demanding Sharia law. Pro-Sharia march in the United States. In pictures, anti-Sharia protests across the United States, anti-Muslim marches held in several U.S. cities, march against Sharia meets opposition in Syracuse, anti-Sharia groups counter-protesters clash. So, I mean, send me a link, bro. I'm seeing anti-Sharia protests, not pro-Sharia protests. So, let me know.
Not more. The Nazis weren't using slave
No,
labor.
this is just straight up. This is a straight up lie. The British banned slavery.
See, now you're arguing the argument instead of the morals. I wouldn't even bother. I would actually just say, okay, people did evil shit in World War II. Of course. I think that Germany did explicitly evil shit. We're arguing on a continuum of evil shit. Do you think that slavery is good or bad? Because that's what we're getting to. Because with a neo-Nazi, with an American neo-Nazi, what we're talking about is they have a policy prescription. And the policy prescription is dispossessing Jews of political and economic power in the United States, likely expelling them from mass deportations, killing the ones that are not willing to get deported, and or killing their sympathizers if they resist the authority of the state. It involves probably they talk about like American stock, that African Americans are part of the founding American stock, and so they'll tolerate African Americans, but they'll resegregate. So effectively, like black people just get totally cut off from all of society. And then when it comes to Hispanics, you know, they're mixed on that, because if you're a Hispanic neo-Nazi, you might want some of the Hispanics to stay, but everybody else who's coming into the country in future generations, they need to be a Hispanic Nazi. And if you're like a Northern European Nazi, then you want to kick out all the Hispanics south of the Rio Grande. So while these all seem like absurd and impracticable, you just kind of need to cut to the core of whether or not these people think these ideas are good. And that's where I would appeal to Nathan on being like, well, if you say these things are good, you're a fucking schizophrenic, right? What does your life look like? You're a young white man hanging out disproportionately on the internet, hanging out with political dissidents who have no hope of achieving power, and you're wasting your life. You're wasting your time and energy. Let's go fucking laser tag. Let's go airsoft. Let's, you know, when you're 21, let's go to the fucking bar, you know, like let's go live a life that's worth living. So America repulsed by what this young man is saying. I understand it, but I don't blame him for being a schizophrenic internet freak. We're all schizophrenic internet freaks. He just landed in the wrong social club. So in order to get him out of his hole, we need to get him into the right social club. And I'm also not talking about Nathan individually. I'm talking about in general. If you have a friend who's schizoing out, you need to try to take them to places to be normal.
At the start of the 19th century, they spent
I don't
massive
care if
amounts
they
of doing.
banned it. They still used it. You can say like
They
they
spent a massive amount.
There's
They
still
spent
people that are gonna do it. They're
They-
like
they
go
spent a
search it up
massive
right
amount.
now. British slave labor during like World War II in Kenya. Search up the British squatter program in Kenya. How about you do that?
There is no comparison to the industrial scale.
Whatever 4690 says. The Holocaust was bad, Connor. Thanks, buddy.
Level of slavery.
Okay,
that
so
took
now we're
place
going to say
in-
there's no
in-
comparison when
I-
I've
I-
already
I-
proved that there are examples of this. Yes, there is
The-
comparison. They're
the-
doing
the
the same
German-
exact
the
thing. The
Germans
only
used
difference
millions-
is that Jews are being targeted by the Nazis and black people are being targeted by British and French.
Nathan, they took millions of people, and it wasn't just Jews. They also took millions of Poles. They took millions of people all across Eastern Europe, and they.
I
forced them
don't
to work as
care
slave
who
labor.
they took. The fact is that both of these people are taking people and using them for slave labor. I'm not saying this is right.
I'm not conceding to your point. However, we both agree slave labor is bad, right?
But to say that the British are genociding Africans, but the Nazis are genociding Jews because they have to do some hard labor it's dumb, and it's an over. It's a.
What about Belgian Africa? Because this isn't Holocaust. This isn't genocide, as far as I know. Belgian Congo atrocities. So in the Belgian Congo, Belgium under King Leopold the something was an asshole. And he got in late for the scramble for Africa. So he wanted to make up for lost time by producing a substantive amount of shit. And so they enslaved the locals. They made them harvest rubber. They beat the shit out of them. If while they were harvesting rubber, and if they didn't meet their rubber quota, they cut off their fucking hands. So we can agree that this is evil as fuck, right? This is bad. This is very bad. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't enslave other human beings, force them to do hard labor, beat them if they don't do hard labor, and then cut off their hands and feet. And by the way, look at this. So here's a man who is forced to like engage in rubber extraction, and he didn't get his quota, so they cut off the foot and hand of his daughter. So just tell me this isn't some of the most like evil shit that you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. This is some of the most evil shit that I've ever seen human beings do to other human beings. And if you want to say like, oh, well, it's not a genocide and everybody was doing slavery, like, no offense, but fuck you a little bit, right? Is that fair? Is that fair to say that the Belgians weren't necessarily engaged in a genocide in Congo, but they killed millions of people and they enslaved millions of people? And it was evil as fuck? I'm good with that. I wonder how Nathan feels about that.
Jews just had to do
oversimplification of history.
You're basically saying that slavery, forcing millions of Jewish men into slavery and stuff like that during World War II, and then working many of them to death, is just Jews being forced to do a bit of hard labor.
I mean, to an extent, yes. There was a racial biased picking of these people, sure, but to be fair, every other country was doing this. I'm not saying it's right.
There's no comparison. There's no comparison to the.
Well, how is there no comparison? Tell me, how many Africans were worked to death by the British in Africa?
There were the Nazis killed more than 10 million people in the Holocaust. If you can.
Drew is a Commonwealther. He's from Australia, so he might feel a compulsive need to defend British colonialism. I, as an American, feel no such compulsion. And I can just say, yeah, the Brits did fucked up things. We agree these things are fucked up, though, right? And we don't use one bloody hand to wash the other.
That not just the Jews who were killed, but also the millions of Poles who were killed, the millions of Soviet prisoners of war who were starved to death, the millions of people. Like, they had a plan.
Connor, the U.S. and the British did the same thing during World War II. Hitler had the idea of eugenics from U.S. policies. Holocaust revisionism focuses on very specific and false claims like gas chambers. Okay. So, Jack Dorr, you're going for the Allies did bad shit too. That's your argument. Okay. Let's say for the sake of argument, I admit that bombing Dresden killed a shitload of civilians. That doing the fire bombings in Tokyo killed a fuckload of civilians. That the nuclear bombings killed a fuckload of civilians. That there was like racial segregation, racial animus, and race riots in the United States in the early 20th century. And that also we sterilized tons of young people, like young disabled people. Tons of disabled people. I don't think we euthanized them. I think we sterilized them. So will you admit, like this is a specific question, Jack Dorr, is invading your neighbors bad? Yes or no? Is vilifying an ethno-religious group, regardless of the character of the individuals of that group, bad? Yes or no? Are engaging in race riots to target people of an ethno-religious group and beating the shit out of anybody you can find from that community bad? Are the targeted killings of that identity bad? Is enslaving people in general bad? Are mass killings bad? Is killing disabled people, political dissidents, and the vilified race bad? If you say, yes, all of these things are bad, but the Allies are fucked up too, I kind of don't give a fuck. especially if you don't want to reinstantiate these policies in the early 21st century, because effectively what we're doing is we're having a conversation on like history. I think you're wrong, but we're having like a post-fact conversation on the truth of history. However, if you use these series of historical facts that the Allies are also bad in order to justify reinstituting some of these policies and hostilities and these ethno-religious tribal hostilities and violence, then I think you're an evil piece of shit.
For example, to starve like 80
Okay,
million people to death in the Slavic
find an
parts of
order for
East
this?
Europe.
Can we get Hitler on the line to
Yes,
tell us
we
where
actually
you
can.
put that?
We actually can. So this is why I did my reading prior to this debate. So, for example, we've got Goebbels' diaries. Let's go to Goebbels' diaries.
Okay.
Okay. Hitler's remark on 19 March 1942: "The Jews must get out of Europe. If need be, we must resort to the most brutal methods."
Okay. Hold on. Stop right there. I have something to say about that. Now, I think honestly, the Jews had multiple opportunities to leave Germany before World War II happened. The Jewish lives, like the amount of
Why is that on them to leave if they've been there for centuries?
Jews killed in the Holocaust, I pointedly blame that on the Allies, okay? Before the Holocaust was even considered
Why?
and to be like a thing, like at all, by anyone is before then the Jews had multiple warnings saying, hey, we don't want you in this country, how about you get out now? And then the Jews that still stayed after those warnings, they were
you were familiar with the fact that they were expropriating Jewish property in doing this. They actually forced many Jews to pay basically an exit tax to leave. So how can you actually say, oh, they had multiple opportunities to leave? And also the Polish Jews never had any opportunity to leave. What about the Jews in North Africa, the Jews in France, all these Jewish groups across all of Europe who had they had no opportunity to leave. They were just living in countries that were invaded by Nazis and then were occupied by Nazis.
Okay, now here's why I blame it on the Allies. Because Great Britain
Why?
and France, they had no reason to declare war on Germany. They declared war knowing the politicians, like Churchill, he declared war. No, not Churchill. The prime minister before Churchill, he's the one that declared war on Germany, I believe.
And what did Germany do up to that point? Because I'm pretty sure, like, what were the German borders when Britain declared war? 1939. So, German borders, 1939. So they've already invaded Czechoslovakia, Austria, Eastern Prussia, which is like chunks of Poland. Then it looks like, if I'm looking at this correct, they've taken some parts of Eastern France. Now, I don't know the exact lines, so, you know, you'll have to forgive me. But it looks like the expansions went into maybe Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. So you already had Germany invading all of its fucking neighbors. And the whole goal of this was Lebensraum. Lebensraum. Lebnsraum. Where effectively it was the living space of the Germans, where the whole goal was to create like an ethno-religious caste system with Germans at the top. And some other Europeans might be tolerated as like second-class citizens of enlightened cities, but plenty of races, excuse me, but plenty of Slavs were deemed like Untermensch and therefore dispossessed of property, killed, partisans were hunted down, civilians were, you know, hunted down if they were believed to be part of the partisans. What part of that doesn't justify war? Right? I don't understand this like revisionism where you can invade your neighbors and start persecuting the indigenous population and be viewed as the morally correct party when other people declare war on you. What the fuck is that logic? Sam says, I'm saying this kid would be forced to look Jewish people up because they were destroying the country. Yeah, it's idiotic, but that will be his argument. Sure. But then that's dumb as shit, and we can contend with it on its own grounds. That effectively, like, let's say that we held all Muslims, like similar to what we did in World War II with the Japanese. Somebody brought that up in chat. So Japan attacked us. There was a Japanese couple that hid a downed Japanese pilot, and as a result, a couple of people in Hawaii got killed. And that started an anti-Japanese panic where we, against the Constitution of the United States of America, we interred and sent people to internment camps, concentration camps, if you will, but concentration oftentimes has an infinitely more nefarious implication. And in the internment camps, we effectively segregated all of the people of Japanese descent in the West Coast, from the West Coast of America, in camps in the heartland so they couldn't assist a Japanese invasion. Violating the rights of millions of people is viewed as one of the most fucked up things the United States has done. Now, it's comparably less fucked up than death camps, comparably less fucked up than forced labor camps along ethno-religious lines. It's also comparably less fucked up than slavery, but it's still pretty fucked up. So effectively what you're saying is America, because the Jews are so bad, and even the innocent ones are a part of this giant ethno-religious conspiracy, we should repeat one of the worst moments in American history. That's fucking stupid. That's stupid as shit, right?
Because Nazi Germany invaded Poland.
Yep, and I can name 2 pacts that they had before World War II. They had 2 non-aggression treaties. 1921 was
Okay.
of Poland. No, 1925
France and Germany
was a non-aggression pact.
France and Britain were allied to the Poles. They told Nazi Germany
pact, not an alliance.
Okay, Nazis obviously broke the non-aggression pact by invading Poland. Would you not agree?
Like they invaded Poland for their own reasoning. The British and the French, they weren't gaining anything out of that non-aggression pact. They were saying hey, we're not going to attack you. You don't attack us.
Nathan, let's be clear here. They signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviet.
Is it good to not invade your neighbors? Another simple moral question. Should you invade your neighbors in order to treat their citizens as second-class citizens that you can dispossess of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? My answer is no. That is bad. You should not do that.
Union. They carved up Eastern Europe into spheres of influence, and they actually did basically a co-joint invasion of Poland with the Soviet Union, and they killed millions of Polish people. And you made a post the other day. You said, "Oh, the Nazis were a shield against Bolshevism."
Yes, they were.
Europe.
Oh, okay.
Why?
No,
if that's the case, what? Nathan, let me finish.
Okay. Jackdoor says revisionism focuses on very specific and false claims like gas chambers, human soap, skin, lampshades, 6 million claim, wall of eyes, masturbation machines, etc. Okay. To what end? Right? To what end? So let's say like the masturbation machines was some fucking anti-German Holocaust theory that was broadly supported at one point, but people have stopped talking about it over the past 50 years because they realized there wasn't as much evidence for it. And I think the gas chambers is still going to be contended because I think that there's actually, they did use gas. Like, I'm pretty sure there's video. When we were talking about the useless eaters, excuse me, I'm pretty sure there's like videos of them using the gas fans. So we still result with the same moral questions. And so Jack, because you bothered to write up that thing, you still have to answer the moral question. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I asked you the moral questions 2 or 3 times. So I would ask you to contend with the moral questions.
First,
okay.
Nathan, if it's the case that they were a shield against Bolshevism, why did they do a co-joint invasion with the Soviet Union? They actually brought the Soviet border right up to Nazi
self-interest. The Nazis only wanted that because it's like going to jail and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna fold your lunch."
Jack Doerr is saying we euthanized disabled people. So history of involuntary euthanasia. Euthanasia became a subject of public discussion in the United States at the turn of the 20th century. Felix Adler, a prominent educator and scholar, issued the first authoritative call in 1891 for the provision of lethal drugs to terminally ill patients who requested to die. In 1906, Ohio considered a law to legalize such forms of euthanasia, but it did not make it out of committee. While much of the debate focused on voluntary euthanasia, other calls for involuntary euthanasia were vocalized as well. In 1900, W. Doc McKim, a New York physician and author, published a book called Heredity and Human Progress. This book suggested that people with severe inherited defects, including mentally handicapped people, epileptics, habitual drunks, and criminals, should be given a quick and painless death by carbonic gas. Weird. In January 1938, the National Society for the Legalization of Euthanasia was formed and was renamed the Euthanasia Society of America later that year. It advocated for the legalization of euthanasia in the United States, primarily by lobbying state legislators. Many prominent ESA members advocated for involuntary euthanasia of people with mental disabilities, including Ann Mitchell, a former asylum patient and main financial supporter of the ESA until her suicide in 1942. Ann Mitchell is also credited with structuring the ESA as a eugenics project. ESA's first president was Charles Potter, an ex-Baptist minister who advocated for coercive eugenic sterilization and involuntary euthanasia. The ESA initially advocated for both voluntary and involuntary euthanasia of people with severe disabilities. Okay, Jack. So I just pulled up Wiki. There are the T4 program in Nazi Germany resulted in 200,000 dead people. Is there an equivalent involuntary euthanasia program in the United States that Wikipedia is just too cucked to publish? I would be curious what your source is for that. Saying that some people in America had dog shit ideas and then Germany copied it and then implemented it is not the same as the United States engaging in the same program, is it? Especially within a free society. So my suspicion is that you're trying to sanitize the German reputation by saying that Americans did the same thing. But then when you actually Google it, no, America didn't. So if you have evidence, I'll look for it. Conservatism says, now that you're back from DC, when is the beard turning red? I get paid by YouTube on the 20th. So I would say sometimes it takes a day or two to process. So either end of this week or early next week. I will absolutely do that to honor that donation. Reading a few chats before we get back into it because I am starting to flag a little bit. Matthew Mendoza says, yes, same with Hispanics, specifically around Texas and New Mexico and Arizona. True. Will Aberley says, Connor, I'm not saying ignore them. You can't tell me there's a valid understanding of what they're talking about. Why not ask them where their interest in the subject comes from? Well, I mean, I think I said that. Camille says, I never understood why they didn't just put the bad Jews in prison if they committed a crime. Why did they put Jewish kids in camps and kill them? Nazi apologia fails here. Yep. Ved Sunil says, I'm quite convinced that half of American Latinos will become white the same way the Italians, Greeks, Poles, and Irish did. Me too, actually.
And I'm gonna do all this stuff for you if you promise to protect me or not fight me in jail. That's what happened. Nazis knew they were smaller than the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union did want to expand further west into Europe. That's why the Nazis signed that non-aggression pact, because as long as they appease the Soviets, they are going to be able to continue growing. And the Nazis did gain things out of that. They gained.
This is the crucial point. It wasn't a defensive pact. They actually did a joint invasion of Poland with the Soviet Union.
Jesus Christ, Hansmeier. I must say, the Holocaust was extremely bad, but if we Germans set our minds to it, we do it right with the most efficiency. I'm going to share a cringe joke that I did just to lighten the mood a little bit because it's very serious. We're also probably only going to go for like another 30 minutes or so. Just to make sure that, you know, we pace ourselves with the brain damage. However, there was a Jewish guy that my parents were friends with, and sometimes we go hang out at their house, and I did it as a dad. as a not as a dad, as an adult. I hung out with this guy. And one of the interesting things was he was like, wow, you know, Germany tried to take over the Europe 100 years ago. And now the EU with Angela Merkel is acting as a way for Germany to dictate the fate of Europe. If only the Nazis had lived long enough to see their project completed by somebody else. And I said, well, one thing you can say about the Germans is that they're very efficient. And that went up like a fucking lead balloon. But tell me I'm wrong. Sorry to my Jewish folks, but tell me I'm wrong. Congo wasn't Belgian. It was Leopold's private colony. Okay. Was Leopold from Belgium? Was he the king of Belgium?
And the Soviet Union was in no position to fight against Nazi Germany during this time period, because there were the Great Purges by Stalin, where he basically purged the entire officer corps of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was a basket case during this time period. There was the Holodomor, there was mass famine in the Soviet Union, the entire officer corps were being purged. There was no genuine threat to Nazi Germany whatsoever. What Hitler did is he actually signed a pact with Stalin, and they decided to invade Poland together, destroy the Polish nation state, bring the Soviet border right up to the Nazi border. So how can you say, oh, this is a shield? This is a shield against the Bolshevist threat, when they literally...
Whatever 4690 says, YouTube link equals 40,000 Muslims flood streets in Michigan for religious march raising red flags. Okay. 40,000 Muslims. If we have 40,000, Dearborn is like the heart of, you know, Islamic ethno-religious concentration in the United States. And if they do a religious march, but they're not explicitly saying, hey, let's create a theocratic state, I kind of don't give a shit.
Actually invaded Poland together, and he actually helped. He actually gave the Soviets a free hand to invade the Baltic states and invade Finland. He helped the Soviets actually expand their power in Eastern Europe. It doesn't even make sense. If you're saying that this was all a defensive pact to try and forestall a Soviet invasion of the Nazis, mate, they were a basket case. They had purges, they had famine, and as part of this pact, they actually allowed the Soviets to invade Finland and to actually invade the Baltic states and invade Poland. They brought the Soviet border right up.
What do you think National Socialism means, real quick? Do you think National Socialism and communist and like Soviet socialism are the same thing?
Of course.
Just say yes or no.
No, I don't believe that.
Gen X says, just wait, they get to the bad, good morality part. Do you have a timestamp by chance? Because we're hitting 2 hours, and we broke down 30 minutes, which of course I'm a yapaholic, so you know that's not surprising. But yeah, if you had a point where we got to moral, I don't really know how to search transcripts.
Yeah, National Socialism is neo-Nazism.
Okay, so tell me why they would be allies together.
McDevin77 says, I'm falling into the alt-right pipeline. If you could take me to a bar and pay my tab, I think you could save me. I'm roughly 6 rum and cokes from neoliberalism. So true, bro. So true. Oh, that's funny. All right, I'm gonna let this line of inquiry play out, and then I'm gonna scrub and look for morality.
Tell me why. Hold on. Before you answer this, I just want to make clear, in Mein Kampf, the thing you love to tell me about how much Hitler hated Jews, I think he honestly hated communists and socialists way more than Jewish people.
That's not true.
I was about to say that's not true, and especially if you get into Mein Kampf, he blames the Jews for creating the preconditions for international socialism and communism, and he views those ideologies as a subversive Jewish plot. So he actually starts out Mein Kampf talking about socialists and communists and how he viewed those as threats to the national identity of Germany. However, then like halfway through the book, he's like, it's all the Jews. The Jews did everything. I stubbed my toe today because of the Jews. The Jews stole my dog. You know, the Jews stole my girlfriend. Like, it actually gets very, very anti-Jewish about halfway through. Oh, God, I'm exhausted. All right, anyways.
And he believed that all the Jews are communists.
The first people persecuted by the Nazis were the communist Bolshevik.
Sorry, Grassroots with the dono. $20 says Destiny and his son go to Germany so Destiny can save him, and Nathan tries to push him into a rail car for no particular reason. Yeah, not surprised.
And the socialists of Germany, because they were also blamed for the economic downfall of Germany after World War One. Okay, the Jews were blamed for the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, and then
He says Nathan is making moves. Can't just ignore him because he's a kid. Asking Destiny for permission is so cucked. Laughed my ass out, Connor. I'm being respectful to a friend. Okay. Somebody was asking me this the other day. I think it was Mrow, MROW. He's like a drama streamer or whatever. So he was like, hey, Destiny keeps doing all this crazy, edgy shit. Why do you keep working with him? And I'm like, well, you know, here's all these tactical, political reasons for why Twitch and YouTube politics, we can all do this fucked up shit, but we never really get canceled unless we go to jail. And he's like, yeah, but shouldn't you, based off of morality, shouldn't you do X, Y, Z, A, B, C and just grow out of your own shit? And I was like, well, truth be told, at this point, Steven and I have hung out like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. We've gone shooting twice. He's obviously like an intelligent guy. He's obviously charismatic, rhetorically gifted. He's funny, all that kind of stuff. He's a little sociopathic sometimes, which worries me. But at the same time, like, I would consider myself Steven's friend. So if I ever stab Steven, it will be to his face. I won't backstab him. I will front stab him. And if there is something that I would do for one of my IRL friends, I will do it for Steven if he asks. So I understand that you can view it as a form of cuckoldry and that it's all content and all that kind of stuff. But I basically just wanted to establish with him, like, one, if you tell me don't do it, it makes me uncomfortable. I won't do it. And then 2, I wanted to explain, like, hey, I'm not doing this to chud dunk on Nathan or be like, oh, Nathan's such a dumbass and Steven's such a bad guy. Blah, 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 blah. That's not the point of the content. The point of the content is to contend with it seriously as if Nathan was a community member. So, as if he was one of our friends.
other political grievances that Germany had during and after World War One, and partly economic, mainly the banking system. But communists, socialists, and Marxists, and all those people, they were targeted because they were a genuine threat to Germany. Germany wouldn't just randomly make like an actual military alliance, an ideological alliance with the Soviet Union when they are polar opposites. And it's
then why did they do it then? Exactly, that's the point. Why did they do it then?
It was completely strategic to protect Germany against the Soviet Union.
Okay,
Germany,
can you explain?
Germany hated the Soviet Union, but they were somewhat looking up to Stalin because Germany, Adolf Hitler was somewhat looking up to Stalin because he somewhat admired Stalin. He admired Stalin.
Conservative liberalism will never be able to respond. Rest in peace. There was a flurry of wrenches and he was never seen again. So base, dude. That's what our just for a moment of levity through the content. Dodgeball wrench. God, this is how our mod team works. Okay, we get a bunch of like ideological curmudgeons and they start throwing tools at you and you have to be smart and fast enough to dodge tools. If I had endless amounts of time, I would find all the people that we have banned over, the years, and I would like label them and I would like motion track. I would like motion track the wrenches being thrown at people. One last time. One last time, because this is what just happened to Jack. Awesome segue. All right, let's scrub for morality.
It's like ability to. This is true. The Polish people, they are in Russia. They could use Poland's invasion of Poland. And families can move in. They were given enough money to pay those taxes.
Nathan, let me point this out. It's not morally acceptable. It's not morally acceptable for you to.
There's the word moral, so I need to listen to that.
say, oh, well, the Jews had a chance to leave, therefore, when they didn't leave...
Why are we talking about war and morals? War, like, when you are in a war, there are no morals. There are...
Bullshit. Bullshit. So that just makes you a fucking terrorist. That just makes you a Hasan simp. So if there's no war, if there's no morals in war, you should be able to kill every man, woman, and child. You should be able to do whatever you want to them before they die. Yeah, no, fuck that. It's unironically evil. This is just apologia for evil.
Are laws, but there are no morals. Morals and politics do not go hand in hand.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
So you're admitting that it's not moral. You're admitting that you don't care about morality whatsoever. It's demonic. It's literally satanic, man. It's literally satanic.
True.
I said, I don't like innocent people dying, but I'm not saying that
you're familiar with. There's a great point here. Only 3% of the Holocaust victims were German Jews. 91% were Jews from Eastern European countries invaded by Germany. So they didn't even have a chance to leave. They were literally invaded. They had nowhere to go. What are they supposed to do? And you're just saying, well, war has no morality. So you can just slaughter anybody, just exterminate entire groups of people, millions of people. And you think that's not evil. That is evil. Like 99% of people think that is evil. It is an evil view.
Okay, I'm going to say this one more time, okay? One more time. Take a good listen. War sucks. War sucks.
I agree with you, which is why Hitler is wrong for starting the war.
He did not start the war. The war started when Britain declared war on Germany for no reason.
How about the reason was he invaded his neighbors? We just took a look at a map of 1939, and there was already like Austria. Like what was already in there? Sorry, real quick. I like being precise. I don't want to say that he already invaded Poland. So 1939 German invasion map. Oh, we do have parts of Poland. So I don't know the exact timeline of the declaration of war, but we have Austria, we have Eastern France, and we have parts of Poland. And we have East Prussia. So yeah, 100%. Well, what the fuck? Why can't you declare war on somebody who's invading and annexing their neighbors?
Reason.
It wasn't for no reason. It was because Nazi Germany invaded Poland.
They didn't have like any sort of like real motivation except the fact that
no, invading your neighbors is bad, and you want to nip it in the bud so you don't have World War II.
They don't like German people. They don't like German people. They don't like that the Germans are getting a chance to have some sort of power, to have some sort of breathing room. No. The standard in Europe after World War II was that Germans are lesser people than every other nation in Europe. Britain hated Germans. French.
Wait, so British and French cultural supremacy is the reason why Germany invaded its neighbors to the east. Awesome.
The French people, they hated Germans. The Russians hated Germans. The Poles hated Germans. Everybody hated Germans after World War I. And the only reason that all these people declared...
Wait. The reason why everybody hated Germany in World War I is because Austria declared war on whoever they declared war with, and Germany backed them, which then caused, like, all the multilateral alliances caused World War I, which killed millions of people and bankrupted Europe. So yeah, like some of that shit might be unfair. The Treaty of Versailles could be unfair. Like that's totally fine. I totally understand all of the criticisms of the post-World War I treaty era. However, you know, they kind of did bankrupt the continent by starting a world war, and then they were on the verge of starting another one. So what? So because Germans were treated poorly post-World War I, invading all of Europe was actually justified. Nathan, this logic sucks.
Won Germany, like they didn't have any sort of like real motivation outside the fact that power is shifting.
Real motivation. They invaded Poland. They destroyed a whole country of millions of people.
What significance does that have with Britain and France?
It does.
True Zealot says, a bit behind, but did Connor just say they're marching for Sharia in Dearborn? No big deal. Call me when they're advocating for theocracy. Sharia law is theocracy, right? Do I have to do this now? I have to do this now, right? Because I have some center-right conservatarian people who are worried about the Muslims. The Moose Lambs. 40,000 people, Dearborn March. Abarim March in Dearborn recalls procession and March for Justice. 21 years ago, Imam Husham al-Husseini led a group of worshippers from his Dearborn Mosque in a procession to a park about 2 miles away to mark Abarin, a holiday that recalls the death of the leader in the 7th century. Since 2004, the annual walk has grown in size with many more participants and dozens of tents and stalls set up providing free drinks and food for the march. That's the largest outdoor religious gathering of Shia Muslims in the U.S. On Saturday, August 16th, the 22nd annual Abarin procession was led once again by al-Husseini, a cleric who leads the Karbala Islamic Education Center, which celebrates its 30th anniversary this year. Similar Abarin events are held by Shias around the world. Today, the whole world needs the meaning of the movement of Imam Hussein, al-Husseini told the Free Press, referring to the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad slain in battle in Karbala, Iraq, in the 7th century against an unjust ruler that Abarin recalls. Al-Husseini's mosque is named after the city where Imam Hussein fought. They're talking about equality, justice, and freedom. I don't know, bro. Find me the thing where he's like, and that's why the empire of America needs to fall, is because Islam shall reign supreme. You know, find me that quote. I already found you the article. You find the rest of the details. Otherwise, it's just Muslims being Muslim, which is scary. Like Muslims being Muslims is scary, but also Muslims being Muslims is cool, and they can be nice, and they can be chill, and they can be cool. So, you know, don't hate a bro just because he wears a weird outfit. Talk to him. See what's up with him. See what his life is like. Valor says, funnily enough, I just watched your video why everyone betrays destiny. The reason you said you didn't betray him was because you had a real life job. Do you think that's changed forever? No, I think the reasons have changed, weirdly enough. Anyways.
And I'll explain that to you. I'll explain that to you. Britain's foreign policy for more than 100 years was to try prevent the consolidation of the entire continent of Europe against Britain. So they didn't just exercise this policy against the Germans. If you are aware of even the most basic facts of history, they exercised that policy against the
Captain Nemo. The more I learn about this Hitler fella, the less I seem to care for him.
French. That's why the British actually enforced the entire continental blockade on Napoleon when Napoleon came close to consolidating all of Europe under the French Empire. Then the British basically waged 15 years of warfare on Napoleon.
You're not denying what I said.
No, I'm saying to you, this is a fundamental part of British foreign policy for more than 150 years, and it wasn't just employed against the Germans; it was also employed against the French. Their entire policy was they don't want the entirety of Europe to be united under one empire, and that's British foreign policy. Just as you think
Britain wants to say that.
Okay, whatever 4690 says, if you click the link, the YouTube link I offered, you would see Death to America. Then what I would unironically do, let's say that there's Muslim people who are saying Death to America. I would have local law enforcement identify that person. If they have a visa, their visa gets revoked and they get deported back to whatever country they came from. If they're a naturalized citizen under 5 years, then they get denaturalized and deported. As a matter of fact, like support for terrorism or terrorist organizations is one of the things that you can be denaturalized for. Death to America, I don't care if it's symbolic, metaphorical, whatever the fuck, you can be denaturalized. You can get the fuck out and go to your fucking dick shit country, okay? Now, if you're a naturalized citizen greater than 5 years or you're a citizen, guess what? You got freedom of speech, freedom of conscience. And as long as you don't commit crimes, then you can say whatever cringe shit you want to say. Them's the rules. Them's the breaks.
They don't want another world war. And then what do? They declare war on Germany, and then they ask the
It's the UK's fault that Germany invaded all of its neighbors. Okay, very cool, Nathan. Very cool.
Germany invaded Poland.
That doesn't have... They were in a non-aggression pact, man. They weren't gaining anything out of that non-aggression pact.
Sorry, explain that. Explain the idea of this non-aggression pact that somehow allows the Nazis to invade Poland and that not be an act of aggression.
All right, I'm good. So anyways, I would love to see Nathan's moral anti-realism, and that's actually something that I want to address before we kind of wrap up. In my opinion, moral anti-realism is super fucking cringe. I was actually thinking about this the other day. So if you Google morality, morality is the definition of like, or the analysis of good and bad, right? So morality definition: principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Now, a lot of people try to like change, and then like ethics, I think, is about definition, a set of moral principles, especially ones relating to or affirming a specified group, field, or form or conduct. Some people like to somehow differentiate like moral analysis away from like natural consequence, and I don't know why you would. They try to make like morality like this like ephemeral, disconnected planes of the spheres analysis, and I don't. And I don't think that it's arbitrary. We can be cosmic nihilist in that we don't know if the universe gives a shit whether or not the human species exists, but we ourselves are an extension of the universe, and we obviously care whether or not we exist. So to some degree, the universe does care whether or not we exist because we are extensions of the universe. Not only that, let's say that I went to a college campus and I put a razor blade and an apple on the desk, and then I said, I had 100 people lined up who all wanted to talk to me. And I said, which one of these should you eat? 100 out of 100 people are going to say the fucking apple. And the reason why is they are able to make a snap judgment based off of instinct on what's going to be good for them long term. Eating an apple, it's got vitamin B, vitamin C, it's got roughage, it's got sugar, it's got sucrose. This is good for me. Razor blade, indigestible. It's going to hurt me. It's going to cut up my mouth. It's going to cut up my stomach, and I'm going to die. And yet somehow moral nihilism, cosmic nihilism, leads people to make these like grand pronouncements about the way that humans conduct themselves, where they effectively say the razor blade and the apple are arbitrarily good for humanity. And I don't give a shit for that line of argumentation, because I think it leads to this kind of shit where teenagers like Nathan, they bumped into a series of contradictory arguments that are against what they were raised to believe. And then they're like, oh, well, it's all arbitrary. Who gives a shit? Why don't I take the edgier position? But they don't actually think about the implications of their edgier position. So anyways, thank you for being here. We're going to continue on with the content. I'm going to move into the next segment. I parasocially love you. Be sure to like the stream, share it with your friends. If you have a good time, tell them that you had a good time on the Counterpoint stream the other day. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, participate in chat. We got lots of really cool, smart, funny, interesting people in our chat. What about razor blade apples? Well, you got me there. Silver Jacket Man says Abareen is also strictly Sharia. It commemorates Ali's son, third Shia Imam. I think it's more anti-Sunni than anti-USA normally. Can't speak for a particular march though. Same. Gen X says Nathan must love Putin. He probably does, because that's the contrarian position right now. Severin says, please watch The House Hippo and Friends. It's a wonderful 1 minute and very nostalgic for me. Well, I'm not going to watch something like that right now. We're going to keep it with the content. But if you DM it to me on Discord or Twitter, I will watch it and I will tell you what I think about it. AF Racing says, whatever watching far-right propaganda in GB and then coming to in America's chat to inexplicably watching far-right propaganda in Great Britain and then coming to an American's chat to inexplicably regurgitate in propaganda is so 2025. Are you talking about whatever? Is that who you're talking about? Gen X says, thanks, Valor Media Network, for not making me rewatch him saying he'd deport Destiny's mom. That is pretty funny, but no, I won't do that. Veds Neil says, every online guy goes through their cringe phase. Myself had a red pill phase, and I found Destiny through Sneeko. Liked his critiques of Sneeko in his early red pill phase. I mostly like his art. Interesting. No, Sneeko's a good artist. That's one of the ironic things about him is he's good with the camera. He's good with his script. I still love Fake It Till You Make It. I think it's a really well done piece. Benson Neal says, eventually Red Pill died and I still watch Destiny, hence the center-left capital loving liberal is born based. Rob says, if we discovered the moral facts, objective, don't match your normative views, subjective, how much are you willing to change your views? Normally a substantive amount. However, I'm also willing to say that I'm an irrational creature, but I'm willing to admit my own irrationality. So let's say that we discovered through, let's talk about abortion real quick, because, you know, nice, non-controversial topic. Let's say that there's a legalistic argumentation for banning of abortion. And from my perspective, abortion after 18 weeks with 18 elective abortion after 18 weeks, I want it banned. and then you come up with a study that says, hey, you banned elective abortion, but if you actually look at it, more women and more babies die as a result of getting, black market elective abortions, rather than if you legalized it, substantively, there would be less death. I would still want to ban it off of a principled analysis, because I view it as infanticide. So there's like some levels of like irrationality that I'm willing to accept, even from my own, emanating from my own brain. We are rational creatures. We are also irrational creatures. Rob says, I think you're accepting the frame about moral anti-realism given by people who don't like it, aka the weakest version. I think I could show you how anti-realism reinforces your view, not dispute it. I might still find it cringe, but feel free to explain it in a DM. Kakode says, Islam is violent because of the same way Christianity is heartless, lol. And I'm not referring to good Christians like Connor, but there are millions of good Islamic people. Sure. I believe there's tons of good Muslims. Believe in God, the last day, do good works, and that Muhammad is his messenger, and that there will be a day of judgment. That's not exactly hard. AF Racing says, well, at least we'll have whatever 4690 lol. I count that as a W based. The House Hippo. All right. Let's go ahead and move into our next segment. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Hutchinson did a reaction to Hasan allegedly calling for violence. And I thought it would be funny content and a nice little palate cleanser. And the good news is we only got through 3 hours of that content, and we took 2 hours to do it. So realistically, maybe this will take me 2 hours to do.
Born and raised in Israel.
Andy I am. Good Lord. So let me go ahead and full screen this. Then numbers game bottom line. Sure. And you can call me irrational and stupid, and I'll agree with you. I thought we were done. No, we're not done. Destiny also reacted. Interesting. Truzal says, just caught up to Connor, catching up to my comment. I wasn't speaking on the article or reality of the march, but the thought that Sharia would be wouldn't be theocracy. Would you agree that it is? Oh, no, Sharia is theocracy. 100%. So, yeah. I don't disagree with that assessment. Anyways. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down alternative media and the news. We had a recent drama break in the past 48 hours, which is that Hasan Piker said something very spicy in reference to his former co-host's wife, Hila Klein. They are on different sides of the issue in reference to the Israel-Palestine conflict. And so I want to break this down for you today and give you my thoughts. This is Mr. Hutchinson. He is a liberal. We don't agree on everything, but I think he's a good vehicle for us to break stuff down.
And means and resources. He's got the money to buy a fucking 3D printer if he wanted to go full Luigi Mangione. Like, there's nothing stopping him from being this radical person that he pretends like he is. But instead, they just prod their own audiences. It's such a fraud.
It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settler and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in the Israelis. Doesn't matter if they matter.
So there's like a couple different possibilities here.
I'm happy you didn't soy out immediately. My instinct is to soy out, but let me address chat real quick before we let Hutch break it down. Patty makes an excellent point. So this stream is not run on unicorn dreams and farts. It's run on money. And if you don't have money, that's perfectly fine. You can help out the chat other ways. Like the stream. That lets other people know that we're live. Share it with your friends. Tell them that you had a good time so we grow the community. Participate in chat because there's lots of funny and interesting people in there and driving an active chat, dude. I've seen 500 viewer live streamers that I swear to God they bought because we have a more active chat than some people who are substantively bigger than us. Then Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you don't worry about it. Your presence and participation is more than enough. But Patty says that you need to like the chat, and I agree with Patty. Rob says, I agree that there's some irrational underpinning to morality, but that's kind of the point. We have deeply held values, and if we start discovering that facts are off enough, who cares about those facts? It turns out torturing children is objectively moral. Great, then I don't care about the facts because you'll never convince me to do that act. Right. Like if there was some way that you could, I don't know, torture an infant to death, but you save the planet from an alien invasion in some weirdly correlated way that you could 100% justify, I would borderline take the Captain America approach of like, there's this thing where he says like, well, what if we lose? Like somebody asks him like, well, what if we lose the battle? And he's like, well, then we lose together too. Where for him, the principle is more important than victory. And I know that's kind of like, it's very American. Maybe it's even silly from a utilitarian standpoint, but I understand the impulse. Anyways, so the steelman of Hasan's point before we listen to Hutch is that he's saying that IDF forces in the West Bank and in Gaza and settlers in the West Bank and Gaza are valid targets, regardless of whether or not they're a Jewish person you like. I'm going to let Hutch respond to it because I think he actually has a good articulation.
If he said that participate in these raids versus participated in these raids, that's certainly a different context. It's not really clear to me what he says. We'll put it to a vote. I'm going to get into why it's still really bad, no matter, like, in either of those two contexts, it's still really bad. The reason why it's bad no matter what is Ethan has had CPS called on his home. He's had skulls sent to his home. And Hasan knows full well that there are people both in his audience. And I also want to look at his chat when we pull up the full clip here, and we can take a look at his chat and see what they're saying. He knows that the temperature is super dialed up right now. And so for him to say it, even if it was even if he was saying like if she participated or if she wasn't talking about, maybe he was just making a tongue-in-cheek joke to justify violence against people that are currently participating in these kinds of thing. It's still totally unacceptable rhetoric because he knows that the temperature has been way dialed up. Like this is him.
Ooh, Jonahzilla got me, and I'm still listening to Hutch as well. Kick a baby to prevent a Tyranid invasion or fight the Tyranid invasion and hope for the best. I'm kicking a baby, dude. I'm punting a baby. I hate to say it. Like there are things that are so horrifying that I can't. So within my example, the thing, you know, like torturing a child to death is so horrific that, like, you know, because you're not just killing a creature. If you were killing a creature in order to sacrifice it, in order to maintain some level of, you know, survivorship, that would be one thing. But I think if you're inflicting harm, then what I would think is that since the demand is so crazy and irrational and not tied to humanity's survival, that effectively we as a planet would get together in order to fight off the alien invasion. And we would say, we're never torturing any of our babies. Come and make us, you pieces of shit. And then we have a valiant fight and we kill all the aliens, right? Like, even though plenty of civilians will die in that struggle, we still ultimately win. That would be what I would hope for. But with the Tyranid invasion, those are not moral actors. Those are monstrous bugs who will torture and kill so many living creatures and effectively evaporate civilizational humanity out of the galaxy, that I think I would punt a child to save the world from a Tyranid invasion. Now, Noonan Star says, invoking a person who participated in the past while advocating for morally and legally just violence now means they are a target. No. Well, Noonan Star, that's kind of the implication. And I think that's what Hutch is pointing to, is the fact that Hasan can hide behind the fact that he's talking about Hila when she was serving in the IDF in the mid-thousands. But of course, he has like a sociopathic, psychopathic audience that believes that there's an ongoing genocide now. So merely by invoking her name within this context, he's increasing the chance that Ethan and Hila Klein are going to be harassed. So yeah, so that's absolutely bullshit. And Fatima says, thought the Hila raid thing was fake news. I think she was a pogue. She was like a secretary. She was like an admin person. But, you know, I think she might have said at some point that she tagged along for a raid. So I don't know. I haven't researched it. Noonan Star says the only generous interpretation is Hasan is calling for violence only in the West Bank or Gaza. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever 4690 says, Game of Thrones was Ned Stark wrong to refuse to kill Daenerys because she was pregnant? Right. And then all of the ensuing death and destruction. I would say that Ned Stark was a principled and moral man whose actions led to more death and destruction. Same thing with that alliance with the White Walkers that guy in the North was doing, where he would sacrifice any of his firstborn sons to the White Walkers. Not only was he bolstering the White Walker army, which ultimately leads to more death, but also when I think Sam tries to save the baby, that actually results in that entire social fabric breaking down and all of the women that were with that guy getting sexually enslaved by rebels in the Night's Watch. Was it the Night's Watch? The Black Watch? I forget. It's been a while since I've watched it. I think it's the Night's Watch. Flood might be worse. True. All right. Anyways.
I'm just pouring kerosene on an already insanely toxic situation. Wildly irresponsible. Like wildly irresponsible. Completely unacceptable.
Yeah, Craster.
To it. Like, you used to be friends with this person, you know? You've been over to their home. Like, you've hung out with them and their children. Like, you know Hila. Like, you know her as a person. I'm sure he knows that Hila is probably a very, like, nice person. I'm sure he knows that. If she was an asshole behind the scenes, if she was a really unpleasant or rude person, he would have already fucking said it. He would have said that by now. He would have said, you know what? Not a part of the podcast anymore. So now I can just tell you she was a bitch, you know, like he would have said something like that. I just think the rhetoric that is dialed up in that space, in the particular space that he occupies right now, is completely unacceptable. And at some point, someone is going to get hurt. I just want to say right now, for the record, guys, I see a lot of people making jokes and stuff. We're not going to do that in my chats, okay? We're not going to do that in my chats. I don't want to see people cracking jokes about like retaliatory strikes or anything like that. Let's not get into any kind of like violent rhetoric. Like the Tim Pool incident, he wasn't really even held accountable, was he? Like these mass...
Whatever 4690 says, since Game of Thrones, Sean Bean has never survived a show. Dude, I don't think Sean Bean has survived 90% of his on-screen appearances. Sean Bean, the only thing that I don't even know if he survived, but the only show, Sharp TV show, the only show that I've ever seen Sean Bean consistently survive is Sharp, where I think he's like a 19th century ranger who's fighting in like the Napoleonic Wars or something. I actually forget the exact time frame. But this is the only TV show that I've seen him consistently survive. Every other TV show and movie, he gets smoked. Absolutely.
Shooters that listen to right-wing rhetoric? I mean, no. He kept that money. That's crazy to me. The Tim Pool situation is crazy to me. It gets exposed that, you know, I'm not going to say he wittingly knew what he was a part of, but he was unwittingly paid by Russia to do propaganda. And then he kept the money?
Bro, if I get paid $800,000 and I find out that you're a piece of shit after the fact, I'm keeping that shit. Some narco cartel like pays me, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars as a money laundering operation, but then they get busted by the cops. I'm keeping that shit. Better believe.
Like, how did he get away with that? That's fucking insane. Dan Saltman, he won't stop. He's getting more and more extreme every day. Why wouldn't he? He's getting rewarded for it. We talk about this a lot, but there's this cycle of radicalization that's going on with that space. That's a symbiotic relationship. So Hasan hops on the scene 2019, 2020, and he's offering left-wing politics, but with a sort of edgy twist. And he's kind of starting to make like jokes
So this is one of the things that actually frustrates the fuck out of me. And it's one of the things that genuinely pisses me off that we're going to hear Hutch articulate is that because the left wing is losing and because the right wing is so extreme, we got a pedophile who accepts, bribes through meme coins on the right wing, which is all like evil shit. I'm not saying it's evil. But what happens when I start criticizing or other people start criticizing people like Hasan? People say, oh, well, they're part of the team. They're part of the coalition. 20% of the country are progressives and or socialists. So don't criticize them. And by the way, most of the socialists are like Scandinavian social democrats. They just don't know what the word socialism means. But they're like, well, don't attack Hasan. You'll alienate his base. And I'm like, his base is yanking the Overton window as far left as you can go, to the point that you're absolutely pissing off moderates. Like, I know this shit pisses Hutch off. It pisses me off. It pisses a lot of people in the center off, because effectively, whenever you have a conversation with a MAGA person, they can point to either Hasan himself or they can point to people like Hasan as for why they're voting in the opposite direction, even though clearly MAGA is infinitely more destructive than the Democrats. Fucking Cam says 20%. Let me do the math again. I think I exaggerated a little bit. So a third of the country votes left, a third of the country votes right, and a third of the country doesn't vote at all. And then 20% of the Democratic Party either identifies as extremely liberal, which, by the way, I think nobody knows what words mean, so I just think they mean progressive, or socialist. So it's 10% of the Democratic Party identifies as socialist. This was actually part of Econoboy's argumentation during his stream. So let's take 0.333 multiplied by 0.2, and it's 6%. Okay. So it's 20% of the Democratic Party, but it's 6% of the country, in my opinion, is sympathetic to Hasan, even if they don't agree with him all the time. I think that's probably about right. 6% of the country. So sorry for exaggerating it. 20% of the Democrats, 6% of the country. Big in Gaming says sharp with the sharpshooters in the Peninsular War. Yeah. Boog says keep Russian money is cool, but giving it to Ukraine would be better. Oh, that'd be so based. If I got 800K for being a Russia shill, but then I took like 200K and gave it to Ukraine, that'd be dope. Severin says love seeing Dan and Gen X in the Hutch chat yesterday. Yeah, they're great people. Silver Jacket Man says, what was the one movie with Sean being in a crusader and winds up getting imprisoned by witches and then he dies of the plague? I don't remember, but that sounds based. Randy Chang says, pissing people off, I thought was the point, rage bait, getting clicks and all that. It is if you have no principles or soul, which I would argue. Silver Jacket Man says that it's the Black Death is the title of the movie that we were just talking about. But I would say that if the goal is just money, then Hasan is doing a perfect job. If the goal is actually taking the energy of online politics and trying to achieve some real world result, then Hasan is one of the biggest pieces of shit on the internet. So Jonas Illa says, like I said on Twitter, Hasan be like, I would kill my fellow Americans for Palestinians, but I would never, ever, ever vote for the candidate that would help Palestinians on any level at all. Right. And then Effin Cam says, you scared me there for a second. My apologies.
And all of a sudden, people start becoming opposed to more kind of radical politics.
Eric Dom says, how many of the 6% vote? No idea. Enough to be culturally influential, not enough to be electorally influential. But when the election is boiling down to 40,000 votes, like in some states, or less than 10,000, you have to pull every gettable vote possible.
And then his audience starts to become radicalized through that process. But then they're conditioned to expect radical rhetoric. And so the creator then, there's like a commensurate radicalization process going on where they're both radicalizing each other. Like the audience is radicalizing the creator because the creator wants to serve the audience's needs. And then the creator is radicalizing the audience by serving them those needs, which further radicalizes the audience into pressure, like expecting that kind of rhetoric from and then it just keeps going down. And by the end of it, we reach this insane moment where this kind of rhetoric is acceptable in these spaces. It's fucking crazy. By the way, Hasan isn't referring to her as a target, but using her service as a reference to Valid today in 2025. He knows what he's doing. He knows that things have escalated to the point where government has shown up at Ethan's house and there's fucking skulls being sent to his house. He knows that Ethan has he knows that BE has had his sights set on Hasan on Ethan.
And let me explain this as if we were coming in from an alien. Okay. I know you guys know this lore, but not everybody knows this lore. Okay. So Hasan Piker is the world's second largest. He's easily top 5 politics streamer. I think he gets between like 10 and 30,000 live viewers, and his post-recorded videos easily get between like 100,000 and 500,000, depending on the topic and all that kind of bullshit. Very similar in size. As a matter of fact, like probably 50% larger or 100% larger than Destiny, aka Stephen Bedell. Then what I would say is Hasan used to run a podcast with H3 Productions. And I want to say H3 Productions is one of like the top 20. It might even be like top 5, but it's one of the biggest podcasts on YouTube. And so they used to run a massive show together until the October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks. And then Ethan Klein, who runs H3 Productions, and his wife, Hila Klein. Hila Klein is an IDF veteran. Ethan Klein is a dual citizen Israeli Jew. And so effectively, Hila and Ethan criticized Israel for the way that they were treating Palestinians and settlements and expansions of the West Bank and the horror show in Gaza. However, that wasn't enough for Hasan and his audience. Hasan needed his dual citizen Israeli co-host, and he needed the IDF veteran to say that the state of Israel should be evaporated and turned into a one-state Palestinian majority one-state solution. So since they failed that purity test, they've been in an ideological war for the past 2 or 3 years. And to summarize the drama, even though you just saw it, Hasan Piker said something edgy, effectively like, you can kill IDF, you can kill settlers in the West Bank and Gaza, and it's morally, legally, and militarily justified, even if it's a Jewish person you like. And so people are pretty pissed off about that because obviously plenty of people in the internet space have been harassing the Klein family
for a really long time now. He knows that BE has completely deranged audience members. It's completely unacceptable for him to do that. And it seems like he's using Hila as a sort of proxy to get at Ethan, which is like another layer of kind of, frankly, misogyny, if you ask me. Let's actually watch the clip.
The Israeli parliament just approved a motion to annex the West Bank. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen, but it shows the thinking.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade, doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants, okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral, okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white, okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel's in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank, 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal. Okay? It's just the truth.
I would agree that there's a certain amount of like violent resistance that would be justified in West Bank. The problem is when you say that this applies to settlers as well, Like, I feel like we have to compartmentalize different kinds of settlers. Like, for the settlers that are there that are like waving guns around, there was a settler that just murdered a Palestinian in the West Bank the other day. Like, that's fair game, obviously, for in terms of violent resistance. But like a family, the problem when you make it so broad, when you say like all settlers, there would like violence would be justified against all settlers. Well, there's like people's wives there and their children there. So like, what does that mean?
And bear in mind that Bad Empanada and Second Thought have both said that, yeah, you know, civilians or like men, women, and children are all valid targets. And then Hasan had that like clip where he said baby settlers previously. Now, somebody tried to say that contextually, they were trying to differentiate between the settlers that were like actively settling in the West Bank versus people who are already in Israel. And so as a result, Hasan thinks that attacking Israelis in quote unquote Israel proper would be counterproductive, not immoral, but counterproductive. And so they were trying to extend Hasan grace that I don't think he deserves, especially when this is being said after October 7, 2023. It would be one thing if we were treating it as a hypothetical for like kids getting shot in the face, but 100%, 900 people were murdered on October 7, 2023, not as a result of collateral damage, not as a result of Hamas getting into a gunfight with the IDF and bullets accidentally flying into civilians' faces. No, Hamas went into Israel and they shot civilians on purpose. They were like, that's a civilian, that's a 6-year-old boy, that's an 8-year-old girl, we're going to kill them. And they shot them or threw grenades at them. Some of them they burned. They did some crazy shit. And so Hasan Piker just kind of being like, yeah, just settlers in general you can attack. It's like, do you make any differentiation for women, children, and unarmed men? Because that's the kind of specific caveat that I would be looking for when I have this much terrorist apologia coming out of Hasan Piker. Gen X says we should be watching tomfoolery versus Pisco live. Well, then we'll have that content for tomorrow. Jonah Zilla says, and like why the hate campaign against Ethan, he doesn't have a say in any of this stuff, go after politicians or something. I think it's because he's trying to humanize Israelis, and that's viewed as counter-revolutionary against people who want to abolish the Israeli state. Gen X says we should be watching tomfoolery versus Pisco. We should be watching tomfoolery versus Pisco. Gen X, I hear ya. I'll watch it tomorrow. I do love stream sniping, especially if it's funny. But we'll watch it tomorrow because I'm sure it'll pop off and be weird and be funny. So, and then also it'll give me fodder to talk to Pisco on Thursday. Fatsimo says Jordan Peterson told Ethan that would happen to him after Ethan deleted their video. Comment JPW. Yeah, let's also explain that in case an alien is watching this television program. There's a center right, or at least he used to be center right, philosophical, moral person named Jordan Peterson, who went onto Ethan Klein's podcast and allegedly had an excellent time having a discussion, and they were huge on the internet. The show was a huge success. However, Ethan Klein took it down because people accused Jordan Peterson of being a useful idiot for the far right. And Jordan Peterson in response said, you're going to be held to an increasingly higher and higher standard, and eventually the woke mob is going to come and destroy you. Well, October 7, 2023 kind of revealed that to be absolutely true. Possum says, it was really suspect to randomly go super out of the way to bring up Hila in that point he was making. That is why people are upset. Yeah. Yeah, like he could make the same moral point without the specific personal bullshit. Absolutely. Brandon Zero says, hey, Destiny is going live at 1 EST. You should ask to jump on and talk to him about the issues you're covering. It would be a good combo collab. Well, we're going to collab in real life, so I don't know. Also, I think that Nathan drama is on the brain, so I don't think I would be able to talk about it. And I don't want to dig on a sensitive topic. I don't want to be like, hey, your kid is saying crazy shit on the internet. Like, no. If I was a father and I was trying to figure out how to handle that kind of business, I wouldn't want criticism or feedback to be in public. It would be great content, but that's not the way that I would want it. Son Patty says, I put Connor on the TV in the nursing home, and now all they want to do is grill. That's so based. General Zoe says, what are they arguing about? We are currently arguing about whether or not Hasan Piker is a piece of shit for effectively attacking Hila Klein during a segment. Now, you might be asking about Pisco versus tomfoolery. You'd have to ask Gen X.
And it gets particularly dark when you consider the fact that at one point, Hasan even said there were settler babies. Like, I don't know what that means. Like a settler baby. Like,
You know what it means, Hutch.
I don't know what that means. And then like we haven't even gotten into the Hila thing yet, but like a baby is a baby. You know what I mean? Like a baby is a baby. A baby is not like a settler or even like they're not like, you know, a Republican or a Democrat. They're not like a baby is not like Hamas. A baby is not IDF. It's a baby. They're like a small.
Ooh, Brandon Zero says, Connor, F the Nathan stuff. I'm talking about the Hasan stuff. Destiny got involved and Hasan is fighting Destiny now, not Ethan's community because Destiny calls for his death now. That's the drama. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I saw that where Steven said in Discord logs, so again, talking to an alien, this is a leftist. So on the political spectrum of left and right, Hasan is pretty far left. A liberal would typically be considered center left. So Steven, being a center left guy, has said that if Hasan is going to engage in this behavior, and if he's going to call for this kind of morality, why wouldn't this make Hasan an equally valid target? And I understand if you think the implication that Hasan was making was that Hila Klein is a valid target now, then by that logic, Hasan Piker would be a valid target now. However, if you believe that Hasan is either so dumb, which I think is possible, if you think he's dumb enough that he would say that crazy shit and mention Hila just because it was off the top of his tongue, but what he specifically meant was Israeli forces and settlers operating in Gaza and the West Bank, I think that Hasan actually has a defensible position. I still think he's a piece of shit, but he has a defensible position.
All sack of like flesh that can't really think in an abstract way yet, and completely rely on you to like eat food and provide them with
yeah, babies are not valid military targets. You can't knowingly kill a baby for fun. Not in my moral legalistic outlook.
Like safety and shelter. The fucking baby. Where's the clip of? Oh boy, I almost just. Where's the clip of him saying that there are settler babies? Hold on.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from these settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
And that's why I say if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. Wait, there are.
That's so crazy. It's so crazy because that does mean that babies are valid military targets. Now, maybe Hasan didn't mean it that way, but I'm definitely inferring it that way. And if he's going to be somebody who sweeps for the Houthis and sweeps for Hamas and sweeps for jihadist organizations, maybe he should be precise in his speech. Maybe he should listen to Jordan Peterson and be precise in his speech.
Oh my God, man. I laugh, but it's just like, I don't know what else to do besides laugh. Because, I mean, coding Jesus with $5, not a Democrat, but you're the most sane liberal I've seen online. Hearing you on issues is so refreshing compared to the crazies and socialists.
Dude, I hope Hutch is a part of the center-left, center-right alliance. I hope.
I'll turn you into a Democrat. Give me time. Stick around the stream. Stick around, okay? I can.
Not that part of trying to make him like a filthy neo-lib. Not that part of it, but you know, just in general, trying to be a moderating force for people. That's good.
Pry my little liberal Democrat tentacles into your mind, like season 2 of the OA.
Nope.
There are settler babies. Like, I don't even know what to do with that. Like, what a.
You know what? And that's why I say if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. Wait, there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements,
but the babies that killed were not.
There are babies in the settlements. That doesn't make them baby settlers. A settler is usually defined as someone who moves to a new area, often as a part of a colonizing population. Babies obviously don't choose to move, so they aren't active agents. But if a family moves into a settlement or a colonized area, the baby becomes a part of the settler population by presence, even if they aren't making the decision themselves. I understand what you're saying.
Paul says babies are cute until they grow a little bit and become a fifth column. Jeez. Wildman says, do you have a historical source to establish that babies are babies? What's your source? True. Captain Nemo says, can you explain if Destiny is a man or a woman? You talk like he is a man, but Destiny is a girl's name, though. True. Son Patty says, babies can hold guns, but they look cool when they do it. Yeah, that was a meme where there's a kid in a stroller and somebody's handing him a las gun, and he's like, bro, don't be handing me a las gun. I'm only 4 years old. And then the Cadian points into the distance and it's like, yeah, so are those orcs. Rob says, do you think Hasan could differentiate between Stephen and Nathan's views to explain the probability or the problem that Destiny has with it? Oh, yeah, 100%. I think Hasan could. I think he wouldn't try, though, and he would try to conflate like neo-Nazi, ethno-religious, or ethno-nationalist, Christian nationalist, dissident right-wing, Curtis Yarvin post-liberal bullshit. I think he would try to conflate that with liberalism as much as possible because he wants that phrase like when you scratch a liberal, what is it? When you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. He wants to make that term as true in his audience's mind as possible. AF Racing says, how did you bring up JBP and precise speech in the same sentence? I can't. Well, because it's one of his rules, even if he doesn't follow it himself. Easy06 says it's not defensible for Hasan to imply that Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself. Right. Yeah, I mean, but then it's a settler colonial imperialist project supported by the American empire. So that's why he would justify Israel being destroyed or evaporated. Grassroots says, Hutch is the one that seems pretty immune to becoming a freak. I hope so. I hope so. Easy06 says it's not. Oh, I think I responded to that one. Big in Gaming says what these leftist imperialist colonial fucks don't seem to care about is that neither side wants a one state solution over there. I mean, actually, unironically, one of the problems we're dealing with is that Israel doesn't want a one state solution, but ironically, neither do the Palestinians, even though the Palestinians keep losing. So, yeah. Wow, man says, how ironic. People decrying Gamergate radicalizing politics, and a core member for the centrist de-radicalization is a Call of Duty streamer named Hutch. Yeah, I know, right? Based. All right. Let's give them another argument, and then I'm going to throw a curveball at you.
I think people intuitively understand what you're saying, but can you understand why it's especially problematic to couple the language of settlers are fair games, not just IDF, but settlers themselves are fair game for violent resistance, and then also call like a baby a settler? Like the marriage of these two things is obviously problematic. I mean, I don't even know if I accept your logic here. Hold on, settler definition: a person who moves with a group of others to live in a new country or area, especially one inhabited by people of a different ethnic group or religious group. Here's the problem. Here's where I think that
one state or two state, yes or no?
That's
actually the negotiating position for all like Israeli-Palestinian issues. Is exact like AF Racing is what both sides of the negotiating side say simultaneously.
The technicality is for why this doesn't work. A person who moves with a group of others to live in.
KO says that I should check out Hutch's most recent debate because it's wild. I'll take a look at it.
A new country or area. A baby is moved. You know what I mean? They're not like when you say a person who moves with a group of others, the implication there is that it's like someone who made a choice, like a baby.
All right. I'm gonna throw a curveball your way. Okay. So in summarizing this, I have a friend who's joining me now, and we're going to have a second friend who's joining me now. I'm going to throw you guys a curveball. In summary of this drama, though, Hutch is correct. He's very normal. He's very liberal. If you think that I'm too extreme for you, too right-wing for you some of the time, too centristy for you, then I recommend Hutch as a palate cleanser. He's very liberal, very nice. Then what I would also say is that I think Hasan is incorrect because while he can talk about rules of engagement, moral laws within a conflict zone and say that like, oh, IDF and settlers are valid targets in West Bank and Gaza. What he can't say is that he didn't needlessly involve a former friend in this drama in a way that's going to get them harassed. And so I think that's like everybody's chief objection is that they're going to get Hila Klein harassed. And that's what I have to say about it. Now, I'm going to throw you guys a curveball. So I have Mr. Mike and Mr. Neil, who should be joining me momentarily. Mike's already here. I'm going to add him in a second. We're going to be doing Valor Reacts. So if you need continued psychic damage from the Twitch and YouTube political space, I'm not going to take it personally. However, I would love it if more than 100 of you hung out with us. Reason being is Mike and Neil are former F-18 pilots, and we are going to be breaking down a movie today. And I'm going to be talking to them about which movie momentarily. But realistically, I was thinking we could probably pull Independence Day clips from YouTube, which would be sick. But if they want to do something else like Flight of the Intruder or something like that, then we're going to do that. So let me go ahead and pull Mike and Neil on and we'll see. So add to stage. Gentlemen, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm beautiful. And Neil?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to chat. So my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. This is Mike and Neil. You're going to have to introduce yourselves, but what's like a 5 to 10 second summary of who you are and what you're about?
All right, I'll get started. Yeah, so Mike Smith, I'm the CEO of a startup in the climate tech space called Acclimate, ACLYMATE. We help companies to kind of reduce their footprint without having to develop expertise. My background, though, was grew up a kid in Idaho. Spent a lot of time kind of running around the woods. Had an experience with a wildfire that came back to change my life later. Along the way, went to the Naval Academy, became an F-18 pilot in the U.S. Navy. Spent about 12 and a half years active duty, 3 deployments, mostly to the Western Pacific. Got to live in Japan, got to live in Italy, and along the way, got married, had some kids, and decided I wanted to take that experience with a wildfire when I was a kid and get into carbon and climate. So I started in reforestation, ended up planting a couple million trees in California while I was doing it. And then got really hardcore into climate, and that's where I ended up at Acclimate. Along the way,
Cool. I'm going to have a follow-up question, but I want to let Neil introduce himself. Neil, what's your background?
So do you want the 5 second version? I think that was longer than 5 seconds.
Yeah, that was longer than 10 seconds.
All right, I'll do better.
No. Sorry, we might as well joke around and warm up with each other. The thing is, I used to do like a 1 minute intro when I was on Twitch and YouTube political debate scenes, and I was like, I'm a Marine, and I went to Iraq, and I went to California, and I did this, that, the other. But what I realized is I saw the other debate opponents, I saw their eyes start to roll whenever I did an intro. And so that's why I boiled down my professional thing to like 10 seconds. But yeah, like this isn't a debate stage, and we're here to get to know each other. So yeah, give us a 2 minute, Neil.
A 2 minute. Okay. All right. Well, Mike set the stage. Yeah, I started my career as an F-18 pilot, 12 years active duty, 3 deployments to Iraq, business school at Columbia, then Google and Google X for about a decade. I worked mostly in energy there. It's how I sort of cut my teeth in the energy world. Moved from San Francisco back home to Southern California during the pandemic. Did some investing for a couple of years while I kind of figured out what I was going to do down here. And then ended up back sort of leading companies. First a battery company, and now I'm at a wind energy company. So we're building a new kind of wind turbine.
See, I already feel my enlisted curmudgeon coming out because, so your hard knocks, Mike, are you engaged in reforestation in California, which based like, you planted plenty of trees in California. I wanted to ask you if there's a conspiracy that eucalyptus is actually gifted to us by the Australians, and that's part of the forest fire problem. So I wanted to ask you about that. But then with Neil, I'm actually furious with you because you're saying like, oh, I was in tech in San Francisco and then I moved back to Southern California. It's like, oh, so you've been in 80-degree weather or 70-degree weather for the past decade of your life? Like,
awful. It's awful, man. I don't recommend it. Stay away. There's too much traffic here already.
Right, exactly. But Mike, can I tell you a right-wing conspiracy theory that I think is kind of funny and you could address it?
Yeah, okay. Neil and I have been talking about conspiracy theories and like how fun they can be and then how absurd. So let's do it.
Sure. So there's a meme that the Australians in the 19th century gifted us a bunch of eucalyptus trees. And because they didn't have any natural predators or anything in California, they spread like wildfire. But then part of the problem with eucalyptus is that it's actually like a really strong accelerant, which contributes to California's wildfire problem. So in your years of forestry management, have you ever heard of this?
That's actually the first I've ever heard of it. So I'll have to kind of dig in there. I'm a little skeptical of it, just because.
Me too.
First of all, eucalyptus, like Australia has wildfires. Eucalyptus have to kind of deal with it there as well.
Well, that's why they were pretending that it was a Australian joke on the Californians to sell us, effectively trees that made their forest fires worse. But that's internet silly things. It must be true if it's on the internet. So I wanted to keep it with, we can technically react to anything, but I wanted to get your guys' input before we started. I was thinking I wanted to be an F-18 pilot, but I'm 6'4" and 250 pounds. And so when I went to the recruiter, he was like, dude, they're going to stick you in like a fixed wing transports aircraft. You'll never be a fighter pilot. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they told me.
It's not true. You know how I can tell you that?
Recruiters lie. All
You're
recruiters
6'4"?
lie.
I'm 6'5", and so yeah, no, my call sign when I was flying was TAB, TABB, which is short for "that's a big bitch," because they had to stuff my ass into a very small spot very often.
Well, hold on. So I might have stereotyped you guys. Were you on the F-18 platform as well?
No, we were. I was a Super Hornet pilot. I flew the F-18 for about 1,800 hours.
Okay. And then how are your guys' backs? Because what I was told by a guy who was F-16 combat air patrol over Iraq is that he effectively had to cant his airplane at like a 20-degree angle and then just go in a big circle for like 12 hours at a time. And as a result of that, he actually has an issue with his lower back. So how was the fighter pilot patrol life for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, Mike and I are opposites. I'm I want to trade some of those inches y'all have because I'm 5'7", but I will say I don't have any problems with my back. Hearing, sure, but I also didn't follow the advice of double hearing protection. I just wore my helmet, so I don't know. Mike, any back?
I wore double hearing protection, and I still have hearing problems. My back's good, but they joke about fighter pilots having bad necks. You spend a lot of time, because when you go to the merge, you're going to the whole bag of heat, and then you turn pretty aggressively in order to, try to keep sight of the guy that you just passed, but you have to kind of whip your neck behind you to look behind you, and so you're pulling a lot of G's with this fucking dome just hanging and getting whipped over. So yeah, so I've got some neck problems, but my back's solid.
Good. Nice. Well, then I do have some options and I do have some suggestions. So there were films that I grew up with. The main one being Independence Day, Will Smith, fighting aliens with missiles. So that was my immediate suggestion as soon as I knew that I was going to be hanging out with fighter pilots. Yeah. But I also wanted to leave it open where there's obviously some other ones like Flight of the Intruder. There's obviously the new Top Gun movie. There's a whole host of films that we could break down. So was there any preference for you guys, or are you okay rolling with the memes with Independence Day?
Let's do Independence Day. I think it'd be fun to let the Marine be the hero for once.
Okay, cool. And then we can treat it as a warm up as well, where effectively if we're not going to botch this one because we're awesome, but if we do botch this one, then it's not a big deal because it's a goofy movie anyways. So I'll pull up Independence Day first air battle.
Are we going to get a welcome to Earth at all?
What's that?
Are we going to get a welcome to Earth? We're
100%. Oh, if you want to watch the punch scene, absolutely. And then, although this one's only 2 minutes long, but that's okay because we could probably open up. Where's the Independence Day? I'm just going to pull these up. Well, but while I'm pulling up some clips, do you guys just want to tell chat anything else that you want to tell chat? Just because I want to pull up some good ones and I don't want to pull up janky clips.
About Independence Day?
Yeah, well, or just your experience or what people think is different versus real life. What's kind of like, or even if you're working on the energy projects, like the coolest thing you're working on.
I think, Neil, you should tell them about what you're working on. I think it's got some really cool defense applications that I don't think people really expect out of renewable energy.
Yeah, well, so I'll start with, the military's interest in what I'm doing comes down to resilience, which is, if you want to increase force lethality, if you want to increase potential for warfighter capability, you need to have a resilient source of energy. And what we've found is on a military basis in the US and around the world, those bases rely on the external civilian grid for their power, even some critical infrastructure like, missile defense and stuff like that. And if the civilian grid goes down, which, for a long time it was pretty reliable, but of the last 5 or 10 years, we've all seen brownouts and blackouts. PG&E goes down for a month up in Northern California, et cetera. So the military's really figured out that they need their own sources of generation. So then they go looking for, hey, how do I install a gas plant? I want solar on base. I want geothermal. I want nuclear. I want wind. But then they get to the wind part and they say, well, I can't put up a big 300-foot tower on my military base because, one, it interferes with the airplanes because I probably have an airport on my base. Two, it interferes with radar. Like radar cross section is massive on those turbines. And then third, and this is something I didn't even think about, is base defense. If you think about how a military base would be defended, it's likely with helicopters, and helicopters don't like big 300-foot towers. So what we're doing is building a very short wind turbine that is not one set of one blade on a spindle, if you will, at the top of a very tall tower. We're building what is essentially a roller coaster, but instead of people in a cart riding around that track, it's a wing that's on the track going around, and it's driven by the wind, and we pull a belt through a series of electric motors, and that allows us to produce energy super cheap and very low to the ground.
Nice. That's dope. Then I'll have to yank your ear about thorium someday. But for the sake of reacting, I'm going to go ahead and pull up what we got because I've seen beautiful things about thorium. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this first air battle, the encounter of the American forces versus an alien spaceship. And I'll set the plot a little bit. If you guys want to pause at any time, let me know. If you start interjecting and talking for more than a few seconds, I'll obviously pause the movie for it. And then all we're doing today is we're watching this. We're looking for funny, interesting, cool things to kind of show our audience. And we're leaning into the memes, but we're also using you guys as subject matter experts. So if there's something that's like really cool that they got right, I want to hear about it. If there's something that's very silly that they got wrong, I also want to hear about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool.
All right. So like right away, like the idea that you have this massive formation of hundreds of jets all flying in visual, range of one another, just it's absurd.
Okay.
Right away.
You made it 3 seconds.
Well, that's why I started laughing. As soon as you brought that up, I started laughing. I don't know if you saw me laughing, but that's why.
Oh, no, that's awesome. So sorry, that's the funny thing about reacts is there's people who go minutes at a time. And then there's people who, there's this very famous show called EFAP. And effectively, they do 12-hour reactions because they can only make it 2 seconds before they have to pause again. So, all right, and sorry, just in case anybody is unfamiliar with Independence Day, one of the greatest movies ever made. It's set in the 1990s. Aliens invade Earth. They blow up a bunch of cities, and then Americans respond with conventional military force. And like the gentleman just said, apparently having, 300 F-18s within visual distance is not traditional.
Yeah, the way you'd normally fly a flight, if you're like taking on airborne targets, is you'd be spread out mile or two apart, kind of in a line across there. If you had hundreds of aircraft, they'd be more likely to be in waves associated with that, kind of a defense in depth sort of thing. So you would definitely never employ weapons in, which is essentially kind of a cruise formation of what you're seeing here, which is just kind of a loose wingtip pattern. Yeah, you wouldn't see. Cool movie shot though, right? I mean, like,
well, and we're about to see probably why in a second. So
yeah. You'd also probably have your mask on.
No mask?
Go ahead, Neil.
I was going to say, put your mask on. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's got to wear his mask. I mean, there are times when you take it off, but not when you're in formation like that, getting ready to go do some real work.
Yeah, about to shoot some bad guys. Like you're going to have that mask on because you don't want to be fumbling with it while you're trying to fly the jet.
Well, then I'm going to make a content suggestion. I have a feeling like it's kind of a joke on the internet. Is my wife was sick of me interrupting TV shows, so she gave me a bell. That way, every time I saw an inaccuracy, I would just ring the bell. And then it's a picture of the guy just like endlessly ringing the bell while they're watching TV shows. So how about we give them about 20 or 30 seconds and just keep a running log of the errors.
You got it. Let's see it.
Holy God.
Lock and load. We are red and free. Night 1, Fox 3. Night 3, Fox 3. Night 7, Fox 3.
All right, let's do that 30 seconds.
All right, what you got?
All right, so a couple things. So one is that as they're flying towards it, actually, like their display panel has all the lights lit up, which are all like the warning and emergency lights. If your cockpit had that many lights going on, like you're going home, like your plane's probably on fire. So they should be paying attention to that. The HUD symbology, though, like looking through, that looked fairly accurate. But the thing that always like sticks out to me about this scene, like, and I thought about it like when this movie first came out, was just like how absurd it is that they're launching, air-to-air missiles that small against such a massive target. Like even if it didn't have its magic, alien shields or whatever, like, like if you launch something like that at a ship, it would, it might have some damage, but not materially. The thing would still be in the fight.
What armament would you recommend?
I mean, at the size of that, wouldn't you drop a bomb on it? Why wouldn't you go up in altitude and drop a big 2,000-pound bomb on it? Because those air-to-air missiles are designed to blast near another airplane, and the frag pattern then has a higher probability of penetrating the fuel tank and some other things. I mean, it's like a pretty minimal, very targeted warhead. Whereas what you're up against, just size-wise, that would be like the bigger the bomb, the better. Like put the Moab that they just dropped in Orion, put that against that alien.
Can you put a Moab? Because correct me if I'm wrong. Like the Moab, the Daisy Cutters or whatever, those are like the size of an F-18. So what's the biggest? Because so for instance, like we've already criticized something that I think is interesting, which is this pattern of fighter jets is way too close. The munitions that they're using are not accurate. The display is all lit up, which is basically an indication of a problem, not a cool, not like a cool console. And then now you're saying like, hey, this is the armament that I would recognize. Well, if you were strategizing this, do you think that America's war fighters would be smart enough to maybe have an escort aerial group to go up against alien fighters, but realistically the actual attack against the mothership is going to be, I don't know, a B-2 or a B-52 or something like that?
Yeah, I think that
good.
I would say, yeah, I would say you would be, I mean, this is how we train to go to war, is what you just described. You've got fighter escort, you've got heavy bombers. You could have some bombers that are Hornets too. I mean, the FA-18 is fighter and attack. So to answer your question, Connor, the biggest bomb we flew with was a 2,000-pounder. You could put one on each wing, one on each side, I should say. So the maximum you could have was one of each two total. So 4,000 pounds. And I would think that you would do, as Mike said before, in waves. I'm sort of laughing because this is such a ridiculous scenario that we're talking about here. But yes, you would fighter escort. You would have a set of fighters that went in a first wave to clear the airspace, make sure there weren't other potential enemy fighters that are standing in the way. Then you would escort the B-2s and or B-1s or whatever big bombers in, and then you would also have waves of attack airplanes that would do bomb delivery.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up for chat just because we're getting detail oriented, but this is why I was a Marine enlisted and you guys were Marine officers. So the B-1 bomber we have is the Lancer. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a conventional bomber, but it's known for being pretty stinking fast, right? Then
so the B-1, all three major American bombers, the 52, the B-1, and the B-2, can carry nukes. But the bone is what they refer to it as in the Air Force there. So the B-1, and it is it's fast. It was kind of designed for like ingressing into like Soviet airspace below radar. Fast, hard, and
it was designed to be a supersonic bomber. It actually wasn't used that way.
Is it dead right now?
because
Sorry for interrupting. I'm in Florida, and I think my wife just told me the air conditioner went out. So I'm still going to be here, but I'm going to mute myself for a second.
All right, no worries. So I was just saying the B-1 was originally designed to be supersonic, as you said, Mike, flying under the radar to deliver bombs into the USSR. But I don't remember exactly why. Maybe Mike, you know, but there was some like aircraft limitation where they were getting too much stress on the airframe, or somehow it wasn't. They didn't actually use it as a supersonic. But I will also just mention this is like the coolest air show airplane, over and above all the fighters and stuff. Because if you've ever been close to a B-1 when it does a low pass with 4 of those gigantic afterburners on, is the like, you ever proud to be American? That's the flyby.
I used to have some guys that I'd fly with. They were F-14 guys, and the B-1 uses the F-14 engine. So he'd say it's like having a Tomcat strapped under each wing.
Nice.
It's nothing but just fucking raw muscle.
Nice. Well, and then we already pointed out the B-2, which obviously the advantage there is the stealth, and then the B-52 is effectively like I don't know, guys. It's like a 8-engine. Effectively like a commercial airliner, but rather than carrying people, it's carrying thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pounds of bombs. So, do I have that accurately summarized as well?
Yeah, that thing's the workhorse of the American fleet. It's been like around for like 80 years, something crazy. Like there are people that have flown it, that the same plane that their grandfather flew. So it's just a workhorse that like the Air Force.
I really worry about those guys though, because like when we had an engine out in the Hornet, it was a big deal. Like a 1-engine approach was tough. When they lose an engine, they only got 7 left. It's really
okay. Is that sarcasm?
Yep,
a little bit.
There's a little bit of aerial humor for you. But so basically, I think I've summarized it already, but I'll summarize it again. Wrong armament, wrong pattern, wrong approach, wrong console. And so, basically that we have half a dozen sins and we've only fired our first shots.
Yeah. The other thing I'd say here is like one of the things that the Hornet does is something, the term used to be at least referred to as self-escort strike, where you could put bombs and missiles on it. And so and that would probably be my guess is what they would do in something like this. They don't really know the capability of the enemy. You can always jettison the bombs. We got more back at base if you really need to. You're kind of in a dogfight, but if you're going to go do that bombing straight away, you might as well start with it and then be able to kind of defend yourself. So that's what a lot of jets
then
do.
I think I'll give the show, I'll give the movie like a little bit of credit back in the fact that a self-escort bombing run, even though we don't see the 2,000 pounders here, this would be the right platform for that if they thought that far ahead.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's get a little bit more violence.
Night 3, the 50, Nights, reference 120. Night 7, 120. Night 1, Sweet Lock, control, Fox 2. Night 7, Fox 2. They must have some kind of protective shield over that hall. Night, pull up, pull up!
Yep, this is where life gets messy.
Blow through! So many of them!
All right, let's pause there. It seems just absurd to me. So Fox, the first missile volley they sent, Fox 3, was meant that they were using radar guided missiles that were semi-autonomous. And then Fox 2 was like the heat-seeking missiles that they were using associated with that. Both of them have plenty of range. They don't need to get all that close as if they have that kind of a heat signature. But I kind of wonder, like, if they've got this magical mystery shield, which apparently they missed, it didn't work the first time. So let's shoot more missiles at this magic shield. Like, does it even have a heat signature? Like, is there anything for it to lock onto? Is kind of what I wonder about.
Well, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying, where it's the right platform, wrong armament. But one of the things that I thought was funny immediately as soon as you brought up the complicated formation that they were in, number one, it looks awesome. Like having 4 F-18s all bank at the exact same angle and then all cut at almost the same time. So they're in like a perfect row. They're all firing missiles together. That's fine. But one of the things that I was thinking about this is that you just mentioned was engagement distance. So what's the engagement distance of an MRAM or a Sidewinder missile, which, you know, the heat seeking versus radar? And then also, what's like the flight pattern of that? Because oftentimes in movies, I don't know, it's kind of like the missile goes on forever and there's always rocket fuel going off. Whereas it's actually my understanding that sometimes missiles, depending on their design, it'll be a burn, but then a substantive amount of the flight path is actually without a burning rocket source. So what's kind of the breakdown on that?
Yeah, so AMRAAM, that's the Advanced Medium Range blah 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 missile, is like, we're talking like 30-ish miles. And my critique of that was going to be like, if you're going to shoot that missile, you don't keep going the same direction. You don't need to follow your missile. You shoot the missile and then you turn around and go the other way, because why get closer to the threat? And a Fox 2, which is the Sidewinder, that's the heat seeker. That's more like 2 or 3 miles. So that's actually quite a bit closer. But I mean, that warhead's even smaller. Like to Mike's previous point, like why shoot a Sidewinder at a target that big? It would be pretty ridiculous. I want to say something positive here though. This movie was based, like they went to El Toro. Like I remember we didn't watch that, but they talked about going to the Marine base at El Toro. That base has since closed down, but I grew up near that base. The squadron they're talking about, the squadron patch, was a real squadron patch. It's actually a squadron I was never in, but I wanted to be in.
Yeah. The aesthetics are amazing.
It's the BMFA 314, the Black Knights. My best friend was in that squadron, and they used the right call sign. So they call, when in the previous clip they're saying night whatever and a number. That's legit.
Excellent.
Look at me. I got you covered, Big Daddy. Damn, they got shields too. Let's go, Knights. Move, Knights, move. All right, I think we're gonna have to make a run for this one here. Let's get low, let's get fast. I got you, Big Daddy. Let's get him.
You know, something I've never noticed before, like looking back this on retrospect, is so the Hornets are all using like missiles, right? Like they're just thinking missiles, but the alien fighters are apparently don't have missiles and have just gone like pure guns effectively, which actually probably would be the right weapon for this in close, at least with the armament that they had at the time on the Hornet side of things. So it's a little bit crazy that like the more advanced weapons in theory are coming from the Americans, the Marines here, and then the less advanced.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. So you guys are both former pilots. So would you say, let's say that we get invaded tomorrow, alien ships are in the air, they have energy shields, but we don't know like the limits of them. So maybe we can exhaust them with missiles or guns or something. We haven't really tested the capabilities yet. How confident are you getting in the air with like America's current armament to dogfight something like this?
I can't imagine I'd be confident going up to fight aliens that just flew across the galaxy. Like, I think I would probably like say goodbye to everybody I know before I went on this flight, because I would be thinking this is probably a one-way mission.
Gotcha. What if they didn't have the shields? And the only reason why I point that out is because oftentimes in movies, we give the bad guys like this, the overwhelming sense of power and fear, and then you take it away with like one clever trick from the Americans. In this movie, they use like a computer virus in order to disable the shields, not of one craft, but of the entire fleet. So I guess my question is, without the energy shields, or presuming that, like, let's say, for instance, they have that energy shield, but they hit him on the side, and then that was like a right-wing bank from the explosion. Like it was basically cutting 45-degree angles left, and then it almost immediately got smacked right. And I have to assume as a pilot that, number one, that's going to be disorienting. Number two, that might kill you if you have your neck angled at the wrong angle. So presuming that the pilots have human physiological limitations, Do you think that like at least some people would be able to get some alien kills? Like what do you think?
I think so. I mean, I mean, this is all a little
Presuming
ridiculous,
human
but
physiology.
it's all a little bit ridiculous. I do think that you could get a couple, but what it looks like to me there is that one, I have to go back to the inaccuracies. Like, you're not going to fly with your wingmen through all this stuff. You would be further apart and the two of you trying to keep track of each other, and also try to find one to roll in on and gun, as Mike just said. I think you could get a couple, but
you're still putting the kill to kill ratio. You're still putting it in favor of the aliens.
I think those laser bastards are pretty ruthless.
Yeah. They look like they kind of remind me of like plasma cannons from the Predator movies. That's what it kind of reminds me of, like a plasma blaster from the Yautja.
Yeah, this movie's got like strong Predator vibes to it. You know, like even the aliens, when you kind of get to see it, like that's going there. You know, when you look at these things maneuvering there, you know, I'm sure it was just an artificiality of like the computer graphics where they didn't want to make the aliens be able to do a lot of things. But like the machines never just like stop and like turn a corner, right? Like you think that these things can like hover and do all sorts of things.
Oh, thank God they're not like Tic Tac style UFOs. You know, if they were Tic Tac UFOs, we'd be in even more trouble.
Exactly. So that actually would almost suggest, you know, again, this is just make believe, but it would almost suggest that there is physiological limitations of the occupants that are flying the things, because otherwise they would be able to just do incredible things. Now they probably have artificial gravity in all sorts of ways, like you know, if they can fly across the friggin' galaxy, they can probably do that. But yeah, it seems to suggest that there's physiological limits to that. And so like in that case where they kind of get knocked out like there, I don't think it would be like a break the back sort of thing. I think it would actually cause them to pass out. Like, and that's the biggest limitation of us flying. Is that if you lose consciousness, you're probably going to impact the ground before you regain it.
How do you feel about so let's say the limitation is the pilot, and by the way, I've seen pilots go through like really intense, like, you know, G-force training and all that kind of stuff. How do you guys feel about the new generation of wingmen, where we're still putting up, you know, human pilots, but effectively we're going to have 2 or 3 semi-autonomous drones that also have armaments similar to the original pilot. But effectively the goal, at least the stated goal of this project, is to have somebody who's still ultimately making decisions about what targets are getting taken out, but to have one pilot effectively responsible for 4 platforms. What do you think about that development?
I think it's really smart. I think when I was flying, your limitation is always how many bombs can you carry, how much fuel do you have. What a drone does not have, you know, you kind of alluded to it a little bit, is situational awareness. What I've got buddies that flew the Predator. They would, you know, go to work just outside Vegas and fly missions into the Middle East. And you're looking through a soda straw, and you can only get so much SA from situational awareness through that soda straw. That soda straw being the visual sensor that you were trying to figure out what was going on the ground or around you. And it's hard enough in the ground because cameras are only so much, have only so many pixels. It's even harder when you need to like completely understand the world 360 in all dimensions. So I think having an individual who, or a couple of individuals up in the sky who have more bombs, having to carry fewer bombs than themselves, means they get to carry more fuel. You get time on station, you get more lethality, and you can direct those weapons now with the sensors, sensor integration suites that we have in the new platforms. I think it's really good. It's the right balance.
It actually kind of strikes me as like it's already been happening, though we don't want to admit it as F-18 guys. Which is to say that you know, I got to do some flying with the F-22s when they were deployed to Okinawa this is, you know, a few years back. And even there, they were kind of quarterbacking thing. They just knew things that I didn't know, and then they would tell me to go over here. And so I was effectively a voice actuated drone in a lot of ways. And so you know, I think that's absolutely it. And especially after what's been happening in Ukraine. like, man, drones are the way warfare is going.
Nice. Well, the Jonazil says in Predator Killer of Killers, there's a fighter pilot Yautja. Not only have I seen that, I've also broken it down. And I think that if this movie is going to drive my fighter pilots crazy, that clip is definitely going to. There's a guy who has he's in World War II and he's flying like a Hellcat in the Mediterranean, fighting French Vichy fighters, which was already something that I had to Google and be like, wait, I thought they were in the Pacific, but apparently there was actually some Hellcats in the Mediterranean. And then an alien ambushes him. His fuel tank catches on fire, but it's stuck, so he can't let it go. So he actually puts a wrench on the control stick, climbs out onto his own wing to pick the fuel pod off of his plane. And I was like, I'm not even a pilot, and I know this is some of the dumbest crap ever put on screen.
When I was going through flight training, man, so you learn to
You're
fly.
like, yeah, I did that.
Kind of. So when I was in flight training, man, I was flying the T-34, which is this little, two-place tandem, trainer prop airplane. And on my very first solo, they tell you, don't take a camera in there. You're not allowed to do this, and of course, the very first thing I did was take a camera because, like, whatever, I'm 22 and stupid. And so, but because it's like this old, like, prop kind of style plane, like, you could actually slide the canopy back. And so you could fly around like you're the goddamn, like, Red Baron,
Nice.
And so I brought a camera. And
he did that.
I took a couple pictures and I slid that, and that was totally okay. You could slide the canopy open if you wanted to do that. And so then I got the bright idea that I wanted to take a picture of myself from outside the airplane.
Ooh.
And this is a little prop jobby, right? It's not even a jet. It's going like, 150 miles an hour, 180 knots, something like this. So I put my hand out there into that slipstream, and it smacked my hand back so fucking hard that the camera went flying out of my hand. And then the whole rest of the flight, I was freaked out that somebody was going to catch me because maybe I just, like, damaged the aircraft with, like, a camera strike on the tail.
That's what I thought was kind of ridiculous, because, like, technically, could you, because I looked at the stall speed, and the stall speed was like around, like, I don't know, like 100 miles an hour or something like that, 120, something like that. So technically, could a human stand on the, like, I've seen Tom Cruise do that for his new movie where he's standing on the exterior of a biplane or something like that, and he's like crawling around on the wing. It's like, yeah, a human could do that. But if you're in the middle of, like, a nose to nose gunfight in the sky, are you going to spend time rigging up an autopilot so you can go kick a fuel canister off of your plane? Or are you just going to say, wow, I hope that doesn't blow up, and then just keep flying?
No way. Matter of fact, like, wind speed is the power of wind is the square of the speed. So a 90 mile an hour wind is not 3 times as strong as a 30 mile an hour wind. It's 9 times. So, like,
wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, faster wind's a big deal. And so, like, the stall speed for a Hornet or Super Hornet's in the well over 100 knots. So you're talking like 150 miles an hour, right? Like, you're talking.
Wait. I'm sorry. You're just to repeat that, because that's actually a really interesting detail. You said 90 mile wind speed for force is a factor above ground speed. Am I tripping, or
no? It's the square of the relationship. So a 90 mile an hour wind is not 3 times stronger than a 30 mile an hour wind. It's 9 times stronger.
Oh my God, that's horrifying.
Yeah, it tells you how damn strong like a Cat 5 hurricane is, or something like that too, right? Like, it's just like an unimaginable amount of force to be displayed over such a huge area.
Oh, now I'm like even more horrified, because there's like there's civilian cars that go like 200 miles an hour, and I'm just thinking, like, and if I heard you correct, this isn't something that's differentiated between, like, ground and air. This is true regardless. But with speed, we're talking about it's you said squared, so it's exponential.
Yep.
Oof. Okay, well, that sounds like a nightmare. So let's give our heroes a little bit more time. And then, actually, I didn't pull up one clip that I think you guys will think is really funny, which is the ground chase, which this is the clip leading into the ground chase.
Where's the monitor? Where's the picture?
So while I'm pulling up the ground chase, another thing that I want to point out is that the Independence Day canyon chase. So one of the things that I think is interesting. Okay. So is the fact that I think they were trying to replicate the same kind of dogfighting that I grew up on in reference to Star Wars with the trench run, and that I think that George Lucas in turn said that he was inspired by descriptions of World War II aerial dogfighting. But I was actually curious. I wanted to ask you guys, even for World War II, the dispersion was obviously not as far as modern flights, because you have radar, everybody has a radar, everybody has all these sensors, all that kind of stuff. But was the dispersion in World War II films exaggerated, where you think effectively like the closeness of those flights was exaggerated, or do you think it was appropriate because they had to use eyeballs the entire time?
No, I think it's just a factor of how do you make a film. I mean, Top Gun does the same thing. You can't tell an aerial battle story in the right way, in an accurate way. So you have to tell the story in a way where the airplanes are just closer together. And to your point, like, it was World War II didn't have radars. Well, that's true, but the visual, we still train to a visual fight. What Mike and I were talking about a few minutes ago was the visual fight. When once you're, as what Top Gun does get right, where we're too close for missiles, you get to a point where you're going to be in a visual fight, not a radar fight. And in that case, you're still a mile apart. I mean, once you get to guns, maybe you're a few thousand feet apart, but most of that fighting is done a mile or maybe a mile and a half in distance from your wingman, from the other, from the bogey, from whatever. So, but getting all of that into a single frame to make a movie about, and actually seeing where the orientation of the airplane is to be able to tell the story of what it's doing, nobody's been able to do that.
Yeah. To give you a sense,
is it a black dot at that distance?
No. So to give you a sense, man, in training, the closest you're allowed to be is about 500 feet. And if you think of, like, if you looked out your window and thought about how far away 500 feet is, that's a pretty good distance, right? But when you have 1,000 knots closure at with a 500-foot pass, it's like, holy shit, like, that was close. Like, you even, like, as many times as you see it, you go, that was close, and then you're getting on it. And it's so, it's just more of a function of, like, how human eyes work. It doesn't look like it's all that far away.
Yeah. So what I would say is an airplane at a mile is not a black dot to the human eye, but it is to a camera. And this goes right back to the, do we need drones? Why can't you have a drone leading a fight right now? In part, it's for that reason. You can tell it's very small, but you can tell where the airplane's pointing, what the orientation of the wing is, etc. But to a camera, it would be just look at that. Look at those dots there on the screen right now.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's what I was going to follow up with. Is you guys were talking about situational awareness in reference to, like, human versus drone craft. So even with all the modern sensor suites, even with all the modern cameras, it sounds like, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but it sounds like it would be very difficult to replicate, or you would just be accepting that you're operating at a disadvantage if you put the pilot on the ground with current sensor technology, because you just wouldn't be able to develop the same level of situational awareness that a pilot would have in the air.
I agree with that. I will say we are pushing the bounds. We're not there yet, but we are pushing the bounds where a suite of sensors can actually do that orientation, so that the computer, just like a self-driving taxi does today, 10 years ago, that taxi couldn't drive through downtown LA or Austin, and now it can. The same thing is happening with airplane orientation, and being able to then take that into a computer model that can then create the right response. But then what we didn't talk about before, which is also part of it, is the lethal decision to take human life on the other side. That is a whole other AI question. So AI is going to give us the physical capability soon to be able to, through a sensor, figure out where to put the friendly airplane. But we still have a whole other question around decision making.
Yeah, there's
I think ultimately human beings should pull the trigger like that. I think it's in order to remain moral actors.
I think that's what we would want to see, but I would imagine that actually we're probably going to see a lot more censor or a lot more enablement of independent decision making that way. I wouldn't be surprised to see that personally. But the other thing I would say here for like putting the man in the box here is the like when that Waymo stops, like when one of its sensors doesn't work, it just can pull over to the side of the road, or it can head back to base or whatever, and there's that. But like these are complex machines, and when the sensors stop working in certain ways, or they're not synthesizing correctly, then you have a lot of interpretation that's happening in the cockpit itself. And so that's, to me, is probably the thing that will be holding up the most is we already have algorithms that could make informed decisions for a lot of this stuff. Like, it doesn't even, to my opinion, need a whole lot of AI. The part here is the interpretation of like what happens when you have degraded sensors, when your radar is working okay, but IR is maybe not working as much, and like, or it's showing 2 tracks, but you really look at it and go, that's probably one, really. So the sensor integration and kind of interpreting through the noise about what's going on there, I think that's probably the biggest limit.
Gotcha. Well, Silver Jacket Band says people will never get over the romance of dogfighting, remembering those people knocking the F-35 because it couldn't dogfight, which is silly if you know anything about modern air-to-air engagement. And I guess that, do you think that we've lost some of the romance of aerial warfighting because what at least somebody repeated the sentiment that effectively like modern fighters are not, maybe you could get into a dogfight, but the chances of it happening are really rare. So effectively what you're talking about is a missile and bomb platform. That's ultimately what these things are. So how do you feel about that criticism?
Yeah, I'm probably going to get blamed for being the old man here, but no, we trained in the squadron in part, even though there had been very few dogfights, no dogfights, but very few dogfights in the sort of 12 years I was active duty. In part to learn the bounds of the airplane. You need to be able to fly your airplane to, no kidding, this isn't a movie line, but to the edge of the envelope. You need to know where that envelope is. You need to know how it feels. And when you're dogfighting, you're really pushing the bounds of that envelope in proximity to another airplane. That said, are we going to do a lot of dogfighting in the coming years? I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I will say, I'm reminded of the lessons from Vietnam. We built the F-4 without a gun. And because the missiles were supposed to do all the fighting, and then the missiles had a very high failure rate, and you ended up in a lot of dogfights where the F-4 couldn't turn because it wasn't designed to do that against these Vietnam era adversaries. And the Vietnam era adversaries had guns and the F-4 didn't. So they had to retrofit that airplane with a gun. So yeah, I mean, is it
never be confident about anything and presume that like what is it, like a plan never survives first contact with the enemy? Air Force innovation will never survive first contact with the real world.
Well, you're a Marine too, right? You remember this. Like, did the shit you got issued ever work 100%?
No. Military issue is a sales gimmick for civilians, and for me it's actually like a statement of decreased quality.
Yeah. So look, I mean, like, not to say we will never get to a point where dogfights are completely obsolete, but I would say, one, our job as Marines, I don't know what the Navy does, but the Marines are to be most ready when the nation is least ready. And that means being ready for all of those missions, including dogfighting.
Well, I have 2 questions before I want to let some content play for the sake of flow. So I'm kind of hurting the flow, but I think we're talking about really interesting things. So number 1, Severin wanted to ask about how you feel about Palantir, which is of course like the new AI defense contractor that's supposed to be automating a lot of the information for warfighting. And then also I was going to ask about, I was watching it's Ford versus Ferrari, and it's the program where they're building the GT40 to beat Ferrari at Le Mans. And the argument over and over and over again from the character Ken Miles and also Shelby, who runs Shelby America, is effectively like, you can't just design the perfect car and then put like a textbook well-trained driver in there. The driver has to drive it for hundreds or thousands of hours in order to figure out the physical limitations, and also to kind of hear in some degrees, or feel to some degree, like what is a catastrophic vibration and chunk where you should be ejecting versus like what is just the airplane getting stressed out because you're pushing it to the limit. And the only way to figure out those noises and sounds is through experience.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. There will come a time when sometimes things are just made for decisions of cost, and you're willing to, for example, the F-35, they made it a single engine fighter off of the ship, which historically has been a pretty bad idea, because if you lose one engine and you only have one engine, you've got problems, and it's a bigger deal to have to eject over the ocean than it is over land often. But they made the decision that it was okay to lose a few F-35s than it was to install a second engine. Oof. So the same sort of thing will happen here, right? Which is they'll be like, what's the cost of training a pilot? What are the physical limitations of the pilot that we can now go around because we don't need to put that? All the expenses of the life support systems, the weight of my big butt, that's in that airplane. Like all those things could be turned into weapons or fuel or awesome. So you better bring more awesome than you cost. And right now that's where we're at, but maybe not in the future.
That reminds me of a quote about astronauts where, what one of the astronauts said as he was going up, he was like, I reminded myself as I was taking off that I was in one of the best designed pieces of equipment built by the lowest bidder. I thought that was like a pretty funny irony of the military industrial complex. But for the sake of flow, I want to watch Will Smith dodge alien plasma bolts through a canyon and make some notes on what you think is worth talking about.
Come and get me! What are you shooting at? Where you at, baby? Come on! Come on! Oh, you can't hit nothing! Whoa! Low bridge! See if you can fly that thing undercover. Hope you got an airbag.
All right, here we go. Here comes the quote.
Well, we'll definitely do the quote. We still got a little bit of time, so I'll be sure that we watch the quote. But how do you feel as veteran pilots on your probability to engage in a canyon run with an F-18 and then also perfectly eject your chute for the craft into the flight line of a trailing aircraft? How likely do you think you're going to be able to pull that off?
Yeah, Neil, why don't you tell them about the parachute that you would
Yeah, there's no parachute.
Oh, no, you did it before?
No, there's no parachute, man. There's no parachute.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's funny. So the reason why I thought that might be a thing was just to like slow down on a carrier or something. I don't know, but you're saying that just never existed.
When you land on the carrier, man, it's all tail hook. Matter of fact, to the from an airplane standpoint, like you're flying until the carrier tells you're stopped effectively with the tail hook. So like the first thing you do when you land on the deck is go to full power, assuming that your hook's not catching the wire and you're going flying again.
Wow.
Yeah, there are like some Air Force planes that never like go to carriers or anything like that like maybe had like some weak landing.
I think the F4 had one. I don't know that anybody deploys a parachute ever anymore.
Well, sorry, I think that bears repeating. So you're saying, and you're Neil, you're a marine aviator, and Mike, you're a naval aviator.
Yep.
So Neil, did you also train on carrier landings?
Yeah. So the Marines are naval aviators. I got naval aviator wings, just like Mike. But I did my carrier quals both day and night, and then I never went back to the carrier. A lot of my buddies did.
Well, but I'm assuming that's just because of the extreme risk of carrier operations. Like I don't know how carrier ops are nowadays compared to back in the day. But at least I was reading a book about the Korean War, where carrier ops were still only like a decade or two old, and effectively, like the way that it was viewed is like anybody can be Air Force pilot, because you're landing on like a long landing strip and you got all the time in the world. And if you miss, you can repeat it.
Neil
Whereas
and I
with
would
like
agree with that.
whereas with
Everybody
like a
can be an Air
naval
Force pilot.
aviator, you have to have stones. And also you also have to have the technical expertise to land it, because if you don't, you're in the drink. And there goes a few $1 million fighter and maybe your life.
Yeah, you know, in all seriousness, like the Air Force pilots probably have the technical capacity if they were to train to it to do that. But there's a little bit difference. Like, for example, like in the Navy, like our flight school is longer than the Air Force is, and that's because they want us to have more hours before we go to the ship. And so in the Air Force, you know, they teach you like basic instruments, and then they teach you how to fly like fighters when you're on a fighter platform. But in the Navy, like you learn a lot of this. Navy and the Marine Corps, the Naval Aviation Team, you learn a lot of the early kind of dogfighting and bombing skills in the training aircraft, because they want you to just to have the hours and the landings before you go to the ship for the first time.
Well, yeah, and that's so then with the Marine Corps, I guess they need you to know how to land on a carrier, because obviously we're like an amphibious force. But realistically, at least for the past 20 or 30 years, a majority of Marine Corps air power, I guess, has been in direct support of ground forces in, weirdly enough, landlocked countries. So I guess they de-emphasized carrier landings because they knew, hey, I'm going to be flying out of, you know, I don't know, Al Assad or Abbottabad or whatever. And so as a result, basically, yeah, I need to know how to land on a carrier, but realistically, I'm doing close air support for Marines in the field.
That's true. I will steer a little bit. One, we spent a lot of time in the Western Pacific. I was in Iwakuni in Japan, bouncing around to Korea and other places. Very.
Can I ask what years, by the way, just because I was in Okinawa from 2006 to 2008, and my quarter sleeve tattoo I got from Bonten Tattoo Studio outside of Fatema.
That's awesome. Well, I visited down there. I was in Iwakuni 2002 and 2004.
Is that a mainland?
Iwakuni is near Hiroshima. Yep, on the big island.
So you had nice, fancy Japanese girls who were actually interested in talking to well-educated white boys. I got you.
Something like that. I think there's.
You didn't want to talk to me.
There's some truth. But yeah. So anyway, I just note that we spent a lot of time in the Western Pacific. But yeah, I flew the 2003 missions into Iraq out of Kuwait, and then I did a ground tour as a forward air controller, and my 2007 tour was Al Assad. To your point, long 10,000 runways. But I will say this about also, just to sort of correct the record, the Marine Corps during my era had, I think, 4 squadrons total. It might have been 5 or 6. I think it was 4 squadrons that were just carrier based. They might as well have been on a Navy aircraft carrier rotation, just like Mike's squadrons were. I was not in one of those squadrons. 314, who we were just talking about, was one of those squadrons.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Hey guys, I gotta get to a thing, but okay. But Neil will finish you out here with. I
was about to say, let's. Do you want to get the quote before you leave, or you got a thing like you got to jump now?
I got to jump, man.
All right, no problem. We'll do the quote without you.
Yeah, it's super fun, man. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
See you guys.
See you, Mike.
All right, then Neil, you wanna get the quote before we kind of wrap?
For sure.
I gotta pause right there because, you know, should he have bent his knees a little bit more? That looked a little rough.
Yeah, he should have. I mean, that's legit in that those parachutes are not like the fluffy ones that people take for fun. You are actually coming down like a load of shit. And yeah, he should have bent his knees.
I'll let my instinct is to rewind. As you know what, I'm gonna do it because we're gonna watch him come down like you said, like a load of shit.
Oh God.
Perhaps one of the greatest human alien first contacts in cinematic history is about to happen.
That's right! That's right! Get up! Get up! That's what you get! Look at you! Ship all banged up! Who's the man? Huh? Who's the man? Wait till I get another plane! I'm lining all your friends up right beside you! Where you at, huh? Huh? Where you at?
Oh, snap!
Oh,
No. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
That's hilarious. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, they were teasing us with that one.
Also, when you go to combat, you take your patches off. Come on, man.
Come
Little
on,
things.
man. All right, hold on. I'm gonna. All right, so here we go.
Welcome to Earth.
I gotta say, that's like there's this thing with these movies. I'm going to move it back just to us because I don't think we need to react much more. But there's this thing with these movies where the emotions are all over the place, right? I don't know who the director is, but apparently he's very famous for it. Where you gotta all your friends are dead. Right, your squadron is decimated. Like the Earth is being attacked. You don't know if your girlfriend's still alive. Like all these things. A lot of people would be in like an existential, angry, wrath-filled depression. But Will Smith has like the coherence and sound mind to make a joke for the audience. And immediately upon seeing like an 8-foot-tall alien in a biomechanical exosuit, he goes, like right in the face.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the mindset is there. I mean, he's pissed off and angry. I get that, but also I don't know. Yeah, that looked like it hurt too, because that looked like a skull, and you like took a big full swing. I'm like, oh man, maybe it's also.
But you know what? He committed to it. He knocked the alien out through the exoskeleton, and then he smokes a cigar, which that's pretty cool. But
for sure.
So in summary, kind of stinks that we don't have Mike, but that's okay. In summary, tons of technical issues, tons of issues with flight formation, armament choice, response to contact. I doubt that canyon run was particularly accurate. We got gasoline explosives everywhere. That's something that I like to point out as somebody who's seen heavy explosives up close. Is effectively like, at least with a grenade, like an M67 grenade, it goes off and the flash is instantaneous. There's a concussive wave that expands almost faster than you can see it. And effectively there's almost like dust or dirt that looks like the debris. Whereas in Hollywood films, it's always like a gasoline fire. Like every time something goes off, there's a giant flame ball. And so I always point that out whenever I'm watching films. But what else do you think our audience should know?
This is a pet peeve of mine. Locked and loaded. Nobody in the military, at least nobody I served with, ever said that. But it's in like every movie. Why? Sure. At the very beginning, they're saying, "Night 3 is locked and loaded." And you're like, "Dude, are you really locked and loaded?" No, you're ready. There's actually an official term for it in the fighter community, but it doesn't matter. Like that term is overused and not overused. It's not used.
Right. No, that's that's where I like bumping into random culture specific terms. So for instance, like water off a duck's ass, or don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. These are like little like idiosyncratic things that I either picked up from family members or from veterans, and I'll repeat them to people, and then like it just kind of like it disseminates. But I'm sure Locked and Loaded was something that somebody came up with in like 60s or 70s action films, and that's why it's been stolen repeatedly for generations.
Yeah. But I'll give this movie credit for like the sentiment, and I think you just kind of alluded to it before. It's like the sentiment is right. Like if aliens came to invade Earth and me and my Marine buddies had like some hornets we could throw at the problem, we wouldn't do all the exact things that they did, but the spirit is right. We would do something like this to respond.
Right. And then hopefully, even though the world's getting wiped out, you have some cool one-liners. That way, even though there's not a movie happening, whenever somebody does a memoir, providing that you survive the alien-human war, then you can say like, oh yeah, and then like I blew up this ship this way, and then I said this thing and it was awesome. And then they can put that in your biography.
Yeah. And also the last thing I'll say about is that maybe next time we can watch the speech that that Pullman, that still every time I watch it, and it still gives me chills.
We will. I had it pulled up. I still had half a dozen clips, but one of the things that I noticed is number one, I'm a yapper. I love talking. But number two, you guys are more technical because you're flyboys. And so as a result, there, for infantry stuff, it's like, grug, grug go here, grug smash skull, grug go here. Like infantry tactics are a little bit simpler than airframes, armament, approaches. And truth be told, I was holding myself back from asking you guys leading questions to get into even more technical stuff, because I already feel like we flooded people with technical knowledge. But I mean, that's worth something. That's rich. And I hope that there's some people out there who we might inspire the next generation of aviators, because they're going to see the content and be like, oh, okay, like it's not like the movies, but it's still very cool.
Yeah. Fair enough, man. That was good. It's fun.
All right, cool. Then let's do it. If you guys are available, let's do it again next week.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Bye, bud.
All right. See you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, checking in with chat. I know we lost a substantive amount of chat. I know that it was a little bit of a more expanded Valor Reacts. However, I think that while Twitch and YouTube political nerds might be distracted by drama, that's actually, to me, that was fire content. Reason being that I was that 8-year-old nerd. I was that 12-year-old nerd who was super into fighter aviation. So I would kill, this was an era before the internet. But if I could sit down with an F-18 pilot and have them describe the accuracies and inaccuracies of Independence Day when I was 8 years old, I think I would have, I don't want to say die from excitement, but I definitely would have had heart palpitations, which is awesome. So kind of fulfilling a childhood dream today. True Zealot says, feels like dogfighting is like bayonet. Still good to know, but the odds are so low it'll never be used in modern combat. Which, True Zealot, weirdly enough, I don't think there were any confirmed bayonet kills, but during the surge in 2007, Mattis actually ordered that the Marines fix bayonets as a sign of like, hey, if you mess with us, then we're going to jack you up. AKA Badasui says, the military grade motherboard I got was the only one where the RAM slots just stopped working. Yup. Grassroots says, oh, sure, I did it like 4 times getting it to work this morning. Every commute, I leave 30 parachutes blowing down 6 lanes on the interstate. Sick. That's a skill. Conserve Liberalism says, Grassroots drives a drag race car. Yeah. I do think it's funny, though, because I always thought that was a thing. I'm happy they disabused me of the notion that aircraft have parachutes for slowing down. And that tailhook detail was also super interesting. Conservative Liberalism says, sounds like a fun car, or it just doesn't have any pressure in the brake fluid lines. True. Silver Jacket Man says, my grandfather was a pilot on the Enterprise during World War II. He was exclusively a night pilot, so the man must have had some skills. Absolutely. 07s to Mike because he had to dip. AKA Badasui says, coming in hot. True. Then Jonah Boy says, he dropped like an NPC in a Bethesda game when you kill them with console commands. Oh. Yeah. Oh, for the parachute. For sure. Paul says this was one of the few decent Will Smith movies. I don't know if that's true. I love Men in Black as well. I loved a few Will Smith movies, but maybe Ronald Emmerich is a class A hack. Yes. It's Ronald Emmerich. He seems to bounce between comedy, violence, horror, and I don't know, like heartwarming family stuff without acknowledging how messed up everything it is. But when I was 8, that was awesome. Like watching half of the planet get like nuked, and then Will Smith just goes, "Welcome to Earth." Or, well, I guess he punches him first. He goes, "Welcome to Earth." Dude, that was like iconic. Absolutely iconic. The Silverjack Man says his Godzilla remake was one of 2 movies I ever walked out of. Dang, that's pretty bad. True Zealot says you can get smaller Cessnas for around 100 to 200K range. The maintenance costs like boats will get you. I'm not interested in flying that much. Also, single engine propeller planes have a pretty bad reputation. I think that's probably because of the maintenance of individual pilots. However, I'm not interested in finding out the difference. Key Code said it's to display human strength, perseverance, etc., especially in the face of an enemy and one that attacks our global home. Of course, thematically, it's beautiful. AKA Batasui says, wasn't Godzilla Matthew Broderick? The actor. We're talking about the director, though. And by the way, 98 Godzilla is just as corny, and I love 98 Godzilla. But again, I was like, I don't know, 11, 10, something like that. So I was very young. Jonah says it was fun content. Awesome. Silverjack Man says I'm still a military tech geek, so it's cool with me. Excellent. Severin says lots of fun. Grassroots says banger content. I like the media reviews. Good. We're going to try to do 1 to 2 of them a week. Jonah Zilla says I really thought the parachutes were real. Top Gun lied to me. Same. Although they did say that F-14s did have them, but were rarely used. Jonah Zilla says shame Will Smith is cringe now, especially with his recent return to music. Bro, if I'm 50 years old making songs about how I want to have relations with 19-year-old women, I want you to come to my house and euthanize me with a hammer. AF Racing says carriers have a big ass net for catching planes with broken landing gear or damaged stuck hooks. Oh, interesting. That's cool. AF says also military airstrips have emergency wires. F-16s have emergency tail hooks. Can't use them on a carrier, but they're for catching them if their engines are stuck on or something. Interesting. Jonah Zill says the 98 Godzilla is still a sore spot in the fandom. It's getting more appreciation in recent years, though. I thought the design of the Godzilla was really good. I thought it having like raptor babies actually made this like the last act really interesting. I thought the French special forces going in with MP5s and getting smoked by baby raptor Godzillas was sick. And then I also liked the Apache attack helicopter Godzilla gunfight in the middle of the movie. I thought that was awesome. I loved that. Silverjack Man says, if you remember, Independence Day came out on July 4th. I think everyone has childhood memories of it. Based. Cacode says, don't tempt us. We have the tools. Excellent. Severin says, or Dr. Strangelove. Dr. Strangelove could be excellent, although I do feel like a lot of Dr. Strangelove is in the meeting area, right? It's in the meeting where they're just talking about the nukes and conspiracy theories and back and forth and all that stuff. Wowman says, I can't think of a more patriotic movie to watch on 4th of July than Independence Day. True. Okay, so we're at 4.5 hours. I could go back to the Hutch content, but realistically, I am sweaty. I think the air conditioner is off because I haven't gone and sucked out. What happens is when the AC is on 24/7, the water line clogs and then backs up, and then it hits a stopper and it cuts off the AC. And so effectively what I do is I have a shop vac, and I go to the drain line and I suck out all the gelatinous, watery goop out of the drain line with a shop vac, and it's pretty awesome. So, and then that kicks the AC back on, and it's getting hot in here. True Zealot says it's absolutely pilots say what you want about corporate, but they'll pay for their cool toys. Private owners try to cut costs everywhere and don't have to follow FAA regs. Yep. Patriot is a good movie. Yeah, we should break that down too. I need to see the new Japanese Godzilla. Love Shin Godzilla. Yep. Christian Blair says the Patriot comes to mind, but that movie is nearly as unrealistic. Yeah, we need to get a war reenactor to do it. But anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I'm gonna run. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thanks for flying Counterpoints Airlines. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow.